Biodiversity Worldwide Fund for Nature Philippines, pati for sustainable whale shark ecotourism. So a round of applause for Sir Ronel Juneda for this particular study. Take it away, sir.
Good day. Our research team will present to you the study on the bioecological status of major rivers of Donsol, Sorsogon. In Good day. Our research team will present to you the study on the bioecological status of major rivers of Donsol, Sorsogon. Inputs for integrated coastal area and river management for sustainable whale ecotourism. Rivers are one of the ecosystems directly influenced by many human activities. Studies showed that global shortage of water has been heavily stressed by the growing population, which has been exacerbated by climate change and contamination. Looking at the Donsol Coast, it is blessed with the ecological endowment of its river systems. Sibago is the shortest of the three rivers within the jurisdiction of the municipality. Donsol River, traditionally called Kipia, bifurcates into two main tributaries from Barangay Pawala. One connects with the tributaries of Bahobiliar and Kamalig, while the other one connects with those in Duran, all in Albay province. Ugod River, which consistently manifested sharp meanders further downstream, had a couple of tributaries towards Albay. One major feeder traversed the tangan of the municipality of Pilar. These three rivers are strongly regulating the coastal environment. It delivers huge volume of water to the coasts daily with flux of nutrients and other materials crucial for the estuarine coasts. The regular and dense aggregation of whale sharks provided economic benefits, lifting Donsol from fourth class to a first class municipality. Following the basic input process output scheme, the research project intended to find the needed comprehensive basis for river management planning. The interactions of the physical, chemical, and biological characteristics of Donsol rivers, which define the functionality and overall status of the riverine habitats, are important inputs during river management planning stage. The workshop with appropriate stakeholders would integrate local knowledge and fine-tune technical baselines. In the end, a river management plan with formulated policy complement would help guide the protection and management of key riverine habitats, outline the water quality monitoring strategies, and identify other interventions. These are the objectives of this study: reassess and update existing physical and chemical and biological conditions of the rivers, document current river uses and observable disturbances and issues, update of the river management plan given the importance of river and coastal habitats interaction, and presentation of assessment results to stakeholders for policy formulation and for possible implementation of integrated coastal area and river management plan. For the methodology, sampling for water quality assessment, sediment, and nutrient profiling were carried out at stations scattered along accessible locations of the river. GPS was used to locate sampling points during river trek. HANA multiparameter instrument was used to assess water quality. Nutrients were analyzed at the RCFSQA of Bicol University. Primary production of stations for the three rivers was computed using the light and dark battle method. The river flow rate and discharge are estimated both in the downstream, midstream, and upstream stations. Surface flow measurement employed the float method as outlined in the Water Quality Monitoring Manual by EMBDNR. Overviews and documentation of resources, uses, and issues in the three rivers were carried out in conjunction with the treks and visits to vital stations and interviews with local residents. Results of the parallel assessment of the current system and coastal habitats in the coastal zone were captured in the ICARM formulation and presented to different stakeholders. On this table, huge volume of freshwater inputs from these river systems are pouring into the immediate sea, bringing in nutrients and other materials that are seen contributory to the often presumed high productivity and to the overall state of the coastal environment. The fluvial sediment depositions are continuously reworked by the sea, giving the discharge area of these rivers a characteristic dynamic morphology. Water velocity upstream is faster than downstream. Flow measurements for the three rivers showed increase from upstream going downstream. Discharge of freshwater to coastal zones showed significant reduction for Donsol and Sibago rivers, but a slight improvement in Ugod River. Temperature profiles of the rivers both in 2013 and 2020 are comparably cooler and relatively compliant to the set optimum range under Dow 2016-08. It was also observed that highest measure of temperature were obtained in the mouth of these rivers. Salinity profile of the immediate mouths of the three rivers indicates a strong oceanic influence at the coastal zone. Longitudinal salinity influence upstream is variable for the three rivers, depending on their elevation gradient. Dunsol River have far-reaching salinity influence at approximately 5 kilometers from the mouth. Ugod River had barely beyond 3 kilometers, while in Sibago, it's less than a kilometer due to relatively steeper gradient. The total suspended solids and total dissolved solids in all three rivers are increasing in concentrations, but notable is the alarming spike at the three rivers, particularly in Sibago, for its high TSS record. For the TDS, only Ugod has within the range set by Dow 2016-08. Dunsol River's present TDS and TSS profile can be attributed to massive infrastructures done along the river banks and along the nearby Dunsol-Hobilar Road. For the electrical conductivity, it was consistently high near mouth and follows the salinity and dissolved ions gradient from the mouth upstream for the three rivers. The electrical resistivity measurements were conversely high in upstream stations than downstream, consistent to the reciprocal nature of the two electrochemical measures. The pH measurements of the three rivers revealed improvement from baselines. It shall be recalled that some alarming trends such as localized pH drop in key stations were detected in 2013, showing Ugod River as more perturbed in terms of pH. This can be an indication of aberrations of the natural buffering capacity of the ecological system. The oxidation reduction potential of the three rivers are relatively in good shape. Dissolved oxygen of the three rivers are generally fair, with averages ranging to values better than the set standard. This further improved in the 2020 assessment, showing DO levels that are way higher than the standard set under Dow 2016-08. Smaller net primary productivity is still derived as gross primary productivity was also minimal. Eutrophication is evident, which eventually, for instance, could result to decrease in coastal fisheries production. This is given less attention in coastal resource management in favor of the issue of overexploitation. When applied in the case of declining whale shark visitation in a coastal zone, it is logical to pinpoint that the perturbed primary production and its assimilation could significantly impact the quality and quantity of food window for the giant fish. Nutrients are confirmed to be one of the main material provisions of the river to the coastal zone of the Sorsogon, but the spikes of concentration of nitrates and phosphates exceeded the limits of standards both in 2013 and in 2020 assessments. Agricultural runoff is an obvious source together with the nutrient load of the seawater. In addition, detergents popularly used in washing laundries are direct sources of phosphorus too. High concentration of phosphates was also seen in the identified basins of the three rivers. Almost the same trend was established in the 2020 assessment, and the same high concentration of these nutrients were seen at the sediments. For the biological characteristics, marine brackish water and freshwater species of finfishes, shellfishes, crustaceans, avian and amphibian resources are intensely harvested in the rivers primarily for food. The occurrence of several species of introduced invasive species like carp, non-native tilapias, and soft-shelled turtle is alarming, although they are too widely fished. River-associated wildlife are still seen but is threatened by poaching for food and trade. Unfortunately, coliform level in key stations of the three rivers are still detected in alarming levels, but they are not as high in counts than in 2013. Coliforms are detected near the discharge areas, but minimal in counts than they appear in the midstream and interior station. For the uses and issues of this river system, majority is for irrigation for rice farms and source of water for cultivated agricultural crops along the terraces. This led to exhaustively use of river water. General household usage like washing laundries and carabo wallowing can also lead to contamination contributory to coliform level. Transportation for Donsol River using flat-hulled motorized vessels, but with the road construction traversing this river, particularly in Banwang-Gurang, could potentially affect traditional transport system and hinder movement of migratory fishes. There is also the presence of the megadike of Banwang-Gurang and the two-lane road built across the river. The rivers are also source of housing materials such as sand, boulders, gravels, nipa shingles, and wood. It also serves as source of food and recreation, but observations reveal that there's unchecked exploitation of the river systems. Continued denudation of watersheds, high coliform contamination, unchecked exploitation of river and river-associated wildlife, and destructive fishing are sensitive issues that need serious attention. These are the concerns and recommendations presented during the stakeholders workshop held in February 2021. There must be a co-management of the Ugod River between Pilar and Donsol municipal government. The same coordinative effort shall be cultivated for the upper reaches of Donsol and Ugod rivers, involving at least four towns in the province of Albay. The strong signal of agricultural runoff detected on nutrient concentrations and the high coliform levels are evidences that a lot of anthropogenic perturbations are getting into the way of the rivers of Donsol and are casting doubts to their sustainable provision of many economic and ecological services. Likewise, threats to wildlife due to intense fishing, poaching, and collections are severe. Deforestation and mangrove conversion, particularly in Donsol River, must be checked. Donsol may initially spearhead a river management initiative on its own, using Sibago River as a model and natural laboratory for implementing initiatives. Looking at these photos taken in Banwang, which despite the mega dike, still got flooded as water toppled the dikes and inundated the entire barangay during a typhoon near the end of 2020. Thus, it is highly encouraged the adoption of the Integrated Coastal Area and River Management Plan and be considered as part of the Ridge to Reef approach in natural resource management. With the latest comprehensive technical information about the three major rivers of Donsol and the existing baselines of the immediate MPA and coastal environment, this ICARM was developed and proposed to the community. It specifically addresses these three environmental concerns. First, assurance of ecologically acceptable water quality of rivers and coastal environment. Its goal is to restore, protect, and enhance water quality and associated aquatic resources and water supplies. Next, flood and hazard management. This aims to help minimize the threat to life and the destruction of properties from flooding and the likes. Then, integrated protection and management of critical habitats. It is very important to provide protective and enhancement programs that will cut across concerns from the upper reaches of rivers down to the coastal zone. Recognizing the connectivity of the coastal and upland riverine processes, there is a need to unify the efforts of DONSOL for natural resource management. Adopting the watershed concept, the Coastal Resources Management Plan, outlined a couple years ago, shall be expanded to capture the river management initiatives proposed here in the ICARM. Hence, the proposed ICARM Management Council for DONSOL to oversee the implementation of this plan. This plan was already presented twice to multi-stakeholders and now for consideration of the next administration of LGU for adoption. With this, the developed ICARM hopes to help the municipality and the entire environment be ensured of the sustainability of these natural resources, continually boost the whale shark ecotourism, and more importantly, attain sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Um, with Sir Ronel Janeda, we have Janet Ariola, Andrea Pimentel Paz, Eunice A. Janeda, and Sir Raul Bursit. And I believe Sir Raul is with us today. So for your questions, once again, we will accommodate after six. So we are already done with two, so four more. Now we move forward. Next to present is from Fisheries Catch Assessment Project, Davao Oriental State University, Institute of Agriculture, and Life Science, Davao Oriental State University. The title of the paper is Evaluation of Small-Scale Fishers in Terms of Agreement and Compliance on the Implementation of Closed Season Policy in Surigao del Sur, Philippines. Um, this will be presented to us by Ma'am Lizelle
Good day,
Sabino
everyone. I'm Lucille Sabino from
and
Fisheries.
Ma'am Lizelle
Good
Sabino,
day,
Erna
everyone.
Magus,
I'm
and
Lucille
Edison
Sabino
Magus.
from Fisheries Catch Assessment Project. Good day, everyone. I'm Lucille Sabino from Fisheries Catch Assessment Project, and I would like to present my video presentation, which was the evaluation of small-scale fishers in terms of agreement and compliance and the implementation of blue season policy in Surigao del Sur, Philippines. Blue season policy is one of the management implemented in different countries to control the depletion of fish stocks and protect the marine species and the breeding season. Every year, the population increase and the demand for seafoods also increase, and the production of the fishing industry is not enough to sustain the demands of each families. So the Philippines government adopt the full season policy in the year of 1939 until strictly implemented in the year of 2012, which has revised from 1 to 3 versions. The study stated that the small-scale fishers make a critical contribution to communities' employment and food security, particularly in coastal areas. And according to Makosita 2021, there are thousands of full-time laborers and fishers who are solely reliant on the capture of fish for economic support. And these people work in fishing factories or as commercial, municipal, or small-scale fishers. While the government ranks as the world major source of fish, producing 3.1 million tons of fish and other seafood products, especially in Surigao del Sur, which partly located in Mindanao. Furthermore, the closed season policy became chaos due to a lack of implementation from the government units and no perception, clarification, basis of how to handle the closed season policy, which resulted in poor data of fisheries and non-compliance with the municipality and commercial fishers, including the small-scale fishers. There are no published studies that documented the impact, effect, and determine the closed season policy, and the study aims to evaluate the small-scale fishers in terms of agreement and compliance with the policy and the closed season policy in Surigao del Sur, which is the municipality of Cortes, Lanusa, and Lianga. To assess the agreement and compliance of three municipalities, which is the Cortes, Lanuza, and Lenga in Surigao del Sur, we surveyed the response regarding to this policy. We used focus group discussion with a total of 8 respondents to gather data from 6 barangays with small-scale fishers. These are some of pictures of the respondents from Surigao del Sur. The finding indicates that each of three municipalities has a different methods of implementing the closed season policy and has a limited impact of fish catch and not in conserving and protecting the species. In the municipality of Cortes, it has 92% and 60% from the municipality of Lanusa, followed by 4% from the municipality of Lianga, where they wanted and willing to cooperate with the closed season policy. Furthermore, the implementation of closed season policy in the municipality of Cortes is well implemented. Whereas the municipality of Lanuza, one of its barangay, the Barangay Habag, doesn't practice the closed season policy, and the Barangay Norsha practice 3 days within March only. For a while, the municipality of Lianga, which will be found that two study sites, is not yet implemented the policy by the government. In addition, the 8% from the municipality of Cortes, 40% from the municipality of Lanusa, and lastly 94% from the municipality of Langa is against the policy. And some fisher folks leader refuse to implement the closed season policy. This response is mainly due to lack of support from the government, no alternative source of income, and not well dissemination of importance of closed season policy in the community. Small-scale fishers demand compensation of 15,000 to 25,000 for 3 months, which is from March, April, and May, to comply with the policy and stop fishing. The monthly income of small-scale fishers is not mostly not enough to sustain their daily needs and to sustain their children in school as well as for their other necessities. Most of small scale fishers rely on catching fish since they're born where they also called local and engage in various types of money lending to provide and finance their daily needs. Whereas the municipality of Lanusa has the lowest source of income from the amount of 2,285 pesos, followed by the municipality of Lenga, 3,142 pesos, while the municipality of Cortes has the highest monthly income, which has 11,284 among the three municipalities. The most common gear used was hook and line, multi-hook pole and line, gillnet, and spear. This tool is the most popular among small-scale fishers and it's also present in three municipalities. The capacity of fishers to travel from the seashore is to catch the big fish and catch a lot of fish, where the municipality of Lanusa was the most abundant in fish caught, along with the municipality of Cortes and Lianga. But the fish price matters depending on what type of fish was caught. And there are different types of accepting and implementing the closed season policy in each municipality. And it has a limited impact of the fish catch of small scale fishers, but not in conserving and protecting the marine species. The importance and aims of this study are to assess, in part, provide baseline to the fishers makers, local government units as a reference to protect and conserve the coastal or marine species. So to achieve the main purpose of the study, it must give more attention to the demands of each fisher's family that will be affected by 3 months closed season policy of the government, such as alternative livelihood, available jobs, agriculture products, or even goods to stop fishing and comply with the policy, and especially in Surigao del Sur. That will be all. Thank you so much for listening and God bless us.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Lizelle, for the presentation. So we're down three. Now I go to number four. The next paper will be from the next paper will be from once again it's from Fisheries Catch Assessment Project, Davao Oriental State University, Institute of Agriculture, Davao University. The title of the paper will be Fisher's Well-Being in Relation to Natural Hazards and Anthropogenic Stresses in Surigao del Sur. This will be presented. This paper is from Juber Omandam, Erna Makusi, Franz Rapis, Misael Trapano, and Edison Makusi. So proceed to the presentation.
Under Fisheries Cast. Good day, everyone. My name is Jobrel Omandam, Research Assistant under Fisheries Cost Assessment Project in Mindanao funded by the USD FICARD. I'm here today to talk about our study in Surigao del Sur, covered by three municipalities such as Cortes, Lanosa, Lianga, entitled Fishers Well-Being in Relation to Natural Hazards and Anthropogenic Stressors in Surigao del Sur, Philippines. Introduction: well-being is experiencing what people value in being responsible and doing the right thing for the sake of every fishers. Fishers supplement their income from fishing with other alternative livelihood and tend to emphasize the benefits of fishing over the cost, according to Smith and Kay 2010. Environmental and ecological economists are also interested in understanding the economic and non-market values of nature and social and cultural benefits that humanity derives from nature, according to Boyer et al. 2017. The study aims to assess the fisher's well-being in using indicators in 5 dimensions such as social, ecological, economic, spiritual, and cultural. A specific objective study to determine social, economic, ecological values and culture of 5 dimensions features well-being in Cortes, Lianga, Lanosa, Surigao del Sur, Philippines. To assess anthropogenic disturbances affect fishers and fishers communities, and the last one to determine the natural hazards in the community that are affecting the fishers' well-being. This is the methodology in the study. As you can see here, the map of the study sites in Cortes, Lanosa, Lianga, Surigao del Sur. The materials and methods. The data was gathered through focus group discussion in the three municipalities. The Cortes, there were 7 participants. In Lanosa, 30 participants. In Lianga, 23 participants. Using the 10 indicators are used to assess the 5 dimensions of well-being. And the Likert scale was used to rank the response of fishers to assess their well-being. And this is the result and discussions. The 5 dimensions of fishers' well-being in Likert scale and their indicators in the study sites. And this is the Likert scale. 5 dimensions of fishers' well-being indicators in the study sites and indicators of social is connectedness cooperative. And this is the resilience according to the interview. And the economic, this is the productive that catch for fishing as well as a fuel for fishing. And ecological protection of fish per catch and cultural practices is most effective to them and resilience. Spiritual, the governance, the conservation for advocacy, and this is the most important to them in order to say and protect and conserve their fish and as well as the coral reefs and also the environment for the future generations. And the cultural, the communication is very important, as well as the attitude and beliefs on how to emphasize and communicate to every one of them. Sorry, God. And this is the 5 dimensions of fishers' well-being scores, study sites. 5 dimensions in social, Madrileno, according to their score, 3.0, Uba 1.3, Habag 3.3, Norcia 3.3, Banahaw 1.7, Poblacion 2.0, Economic, Madrilino 3.0, Uba 3.0, Habag 2.6, Norcia 3.6, Banahaw 3.0, Poblacion 2.6. Ecological, Madrilino 3.8, Uba 2.8, 2.5, Norcia 3.0, Banahaw 2.3, Poblacion 2.5, Spiritual, Madrilino 4.0, Uba 3.6, Habag 4.2, Norcia 4.6, Banahaw 3.8, Poblacion 2.8. The last one in culture, 3.8, in Madrilino, in Uba 3.6, Habag 4.0, Norcia 4.4, Banahaw 3.0, the last one in Poblacion 2.8. And their circumstances primarily to show that there is a need for the social and provincial governments to focus on the needs of the fishers. And for another conclusion, this study, the fishers agree that marine protected areas or EPAs can restore the fishers stocks in the area. And the third one, the most anthropogenic disturbance in the need to be given attention, such as coral reef station. We had 85% proper garbage disposal, 69%, and the last one, especially in mining activities, 67%. And that's all. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Juber, for the presentation. Now, we go for the fifth one. So once again, ready for your questions. So for the fifth one, we have a paper from the College of Agriculture and Fisheries, Tanduanes State University, Bicol University Tobacco Campus. So the title of the paper is Blue Crab Fishery Profile and Some Aspects of Reproductive Biology to Promote Management in Acid Gold. This is a paper from um, Amresi Banaos and Bartolomeo Nieves.
Os, Faculty of College. I am Mercy Bunaos, Faculty of College of Agriculture and Fisheries, Catanduanes State University. Together with me is my advisor, Dr. Matamea Nieves. So I will be presenting to you my master's thesis entitled the Lucerne Crab Fishery Profile and Some Aspects of the Reproductive Biology to Promote Management in Agriculture. To start with, let me introduce to you what is Lucerne crab. It belongs to phylum Arthropoda, Rostacea, or Decapoda, and family Porcinidae. Lucerne crab, flower crab, money crab, or sun. We call it is called as sun. They must be developed and lie in the sand. Priority crops included in the management plan, but due to a lack of knowledge to build its management protocol, only a precautionary approach is used for this species, according to the default. And due to a lack of management resources, training, and enforcement, the fisheries has continued to decline. Several studies have been carried out in the Philippines, mainly in the Bicol fishing grounds, of the acid gold. Studies on its biology and fishery are essential for formulating effective conservation management measures. And for the study site, Poblacion Milagros Masbate was the main landing center where the samples were taken. Interview sites include the municipalities of Balud, catch per trip, fishing season, bycatch composition, estimate annual production, existing market and channels of distribution, and anthropogenic activities. So I used the survey questionnaire adapted to TNPVC. So there are 336 registered crab fishers interviewed according to the data of both R and Fish R. And for another objective is the reproductive biology in terms of sex ratio, fecundity, gonadosmotic index, bud maturity, mean carapace width at first maturity, estimated spawning potential ratio. So for the result, so crab fishers in the acid group choose VSGN over CLN or an NCP as their primary fishing gear since it is easier to use and does not require weight during fishing operations. So Laser has the highest number of VSGN users while Balud has the highest number of CP users. Laser had the highest reported catch rate of VSN catch during the peak and mid season. Balut had the highest reported catch of listening crab using ACLN. In terms of fish season, the peak months were observed from January to March, coinciding with the anihan, estimated annual production during peak season. So there are 4,015 tons. The highest estimated production of music crop in the present study was 45.85%, higher than the recorded land catch from PDP statistics authority with 1,835 metric tons. During months, estimated annual production, music crop in acid group for the percentage of bycatch composition identified for bottom seat gillnet and crab patch. There are 50 finalists were identified and belong to three phyla, Crota, Anthropoda, and Mollusca as 5 adjunct to this. So fishers sold their catch directly to the brokers, wholesalers, retailers, processors, which includes the cooking stations, crab meat picking plants. In the present study, we are listing crab outnumbered males with 1 is to 1.23 sex ratio. The chi-square has indicated that this ratio was significantly different from the expected estimation. So for the oblivious blue crab, dairy crabs or oblivious crabs were present throughout the year. The highest proportion occurred in March, April, and May. For the fecundity, fecundity is the number of eggs carried externally by the female crabs, according to Palmer et al. The estimated fecundity in Milagros marked 148,000 to 685 eggs to 481,560 eggs. For the gonadosomatic index, the highest GSI recorded or observed during the study for the ovigerous were observed in the months of February and June. For the lowest GSI on July, September, and October. For the stages 1 to 3, the highest GSI observed in March and October. For the male crabs, stage 1 to 2, highest GSI was observed in October and November. The stage 1, higher during the months of November and lower during March, October, and December. Stage 2, higher during January, June, September, and December. Stage 3 occurred in all months except for February, higher during August. For the biological limit reference point, which is 90%, where productive potential improvement is used. For the anthropogenic activities, according to the respondents or to the territory skills respondents, illegal and unsustainable fishing activities were the major activities that affects the fishery of the blue string crab in the Cebu. For the conclusion, overharvesting has put the blue string crab population at risk, as well as production declined from 2010 to 2018 due to human activities such as illegal fishing, pollution, and overharvesting of practice. The land at first maturity of BSC is 96.54 or 9.65 cm, was less than the 10.2 cm criteria imposed by DADILGAO number 1 series of 2014 on the regulation of for the conservation of blue string crabs. Recommendations in an effort to sustain blue string crab fisheries in the acid gold and guided by the findings of the study, following science-based management options are recommended. Number one is strictly implement the illegal, regulated crab fishing activities operation in the acid gold, concern LGUs to consider establishing a catch monitoring and surveillance office as required by RA 10654. Concern LGUs in the asset goal to consider appointing features to move or re-registration and review existing ordinances and relative uh, to gears types and size limits for grabbing to avoid catching grabbing undersized and immature crabs. Also conduct research and development on blue string crab, socioeconomics, supply or value chain, reproductive biology, stock assessment, and stock enhancement in the asset group. Establish sanctuaries, establish crab life in center. Concern LGUs to study the provision of supplemental livelihood for assistance for crab fishers during the lean season and conduct massive information, education, communication, campaign in various modes of dissemination together with monitoring and evaluation of awareness among target clientele. So, uh, thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Resty, for the presentation. Now we move for last for this batch. So we have a paper from Vietnam National University of Agriculture and titled Payment for Forest Ecosystem Services in the Northwest Region of Vietnam, the evaluation using Topsys and fuzzy entropy. This is from Nguyen Minh Duc, Nguyen Xuan Tao, Tran Nguyen Tan, Du Thi Thi, and Nguyen Diem Pham. A round of applause.
Like to present our research titled Payment for Forest Ecosystem Services in North Region Vietnam, the evaluation using Topsys and fuzzy entropies. We would like to express our sincere thanks to Vietnam National Foundation for Science and Technology Development, NAFORTIT, for funding us to carry out this research. Payment for forest ecosystem service is an widely implemented policy all over the world to protect forests based on its market mechanisms. This is also a multiple objective policy that aim to create sustainable financial source for forest conservation while ensuring value, improving awareness of the values of forests, and supporting forest protection practice for forest owners through both economic drivers and non-economic forces. This study, carried out in the North region of Vietnam, develops the evaluation framework to the overall risks based on multiple criteria evaluation approach. The main contributions to the literature include, firstly, although there are many studies evaluating pet programs, globally and particularly in Vietnam, there has not been any research that has developed an evaluation framework that situates all the expected outcome of the policies into a single index as we apply these studies. Secondly, the use of multiple criteria depend disease making and fuzzy entropy is a new contribution to the fields of policy evaluation. Now I turn to the second part of the presentations to describe the theoretical foundation of payment for forest ecosystem service, which is an intensive by inducement and is create direct economic incentive for agents that manage ecosystems to preserve and or enhance the provision of ecosystem service. Globally, there are two approaches of the PET programs. Firstly, PET directly linked to the payment to the value of it, meaning the beneficiary of the ecosystem service is supposed to compensate providers of the service for the full value of the service. Another view, more closely aligned with economic reasoning, that is, the pet should only compensate for the costs that the provider of the service incurs by changing the practice so that the service continue to be provided or is enhanced. Now I would like to turn to the part 3, which describe the research site and methodologies. The research site includes 3 in the region of Vietnam, including Dien Bien, Sơn La, and Hoa Binh. In this region, forest coverage is about 46.4%, and the payment programs in this study mainly come from hydropower plants. This research area is also one of the poorest regions of Vietnam, where the main livelihood of local people come from agriculture and forest. For data collection, we use cluster sampling techniques. In the research site, we conducted a household surveys in 31 villages, which is rarely from the 3 provinces. And total valley sample size is 646 households. We use a semi-structured questionnaire to survey the household, and the questions focus on household forest protection behavior, the characteristic of the programs, and the demographic and economic characteristic of the households. In order to evaluate the output of the policies against its multiple objectives, we use the TOPSIS model combined with the fuzzy entropy to determine the best for every criterions. Additionally, we also analyze the correlation between the X variable and the Y variables. The Y variables is the policy outcomes. Now I turn to the results. First of all, the PFAS evaluation. The results show that the program had achieved significant results. First of all, in economic improvements, although the contribution of the program to the household income is still very limited, however, it provides an important source of cash income for poor farmers. In the research side, more than 33.5% of those who use money of this program to buy input for agricultural productions. Regarding the purpose of raising people awareness of the benefit of forests and the policies, the results so that people have raised awareness of the benefits of forests, including both economic and indirect benefits derived from environmental services provided by the forest. Furthermore, the policy also creates a mechanism to encourage people to develop community forest protection regulations, and mobilize people to direct participate in forest protection activities such as patrolling, protection, and preventing and fighting forest fires, and detecting and handling acts of deforestation. This is a very interesting findings because money that the program bring to the household is not much, but thanks to the financial source, the significant amount of time from local people can be mobilized for forest protections. For overall achievement of the policy outcomes, the study results show that the policies were below average. That is, the aggregate policy outcome is only 0.43, that is below the average level of 0.5. The results confirm the argument of previous studies, indicating that the program has not achieved the expected result. And furthermore, with the calculation of the aggregate score, this study had added the quantitative scale to measure policy outcome. And this is a result of the correlations division between the X variable and Y variables. And particularly the correlation coefficient between X variables and the aggregate score. With all results presented above, what we can see is that among the variable considers, the contributions to household economic conditions of the program has significantly correlation with the policy outcomes. In fact, small amount of cash received from the policies play important role in the household covering basic needs, such as paying for children education, healthcare services, and input of agricultural productions. And third, economic stimuli strongly motivate people to seek understanding, supporting pet, and participating in trade protections. This reason reinforces the theory of Marquis Bay pet programs. The recent results also contribute to the debate on the role of community in pet implementation forest protections. Findings from this study show that the level of community participation in forest management and implementation has statistically significant correlation with the effectiveness of the program. Moreover, the results also show that transparency in policy implementations is also a very important factor for the program. Based on the recent results, we can conclude first, the closest models provide a quantitative framework for assessing the effectiveness of the policy. For the policy evaluations, we can conclude that policy had been moderately successful, although it's not contributed significantly to the household livelihood, but it had improved people awareness of the forest benefits and also the benefits of forest protections. Additionally, it successfully mobilized the support of people and community for the implementation of the policy at the grassroots level. Especially with the mobilization of community to participate in the programs, policy also have positive results. For the factors affecting outcomes, cash payment, participation of communities, and the transparencies are important factors. Based on the finding, there are following implications. First, be fair. it a suitable mechanism to motivate people to protect forests. And in order to improve the policy success, it is necessary to re-estimate payment level that is more associated with people effort in forest protection. It also necessary to promote the role and function of the community in the program implementations. And furthermore, the transparency in the payment under PPAS should be improved. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Sir Nguyen, for the presentation. Now we come to the most awaited part for this batch. So the floor is now open for your queries or questions regarding the first 6 presentations that we have today. You can use the chat box for your questions, or you can raise your hand for us to recognize you and ask your questions directed towards the presenters. I believe all of the presenters are in the Zoom meeting, so they can answer your questions. Okay, so we have one question here, and this question is for our first presenter, Sir Maui. Sir Maui is with us here in the hall, so I can personally ask your question. The question is, Sir Maui, for the conservation farming village, of all the variables that was assessed, which of these has the greatest impact in the success of CF3?
Okay, am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Based on my study, I think all of the three variables are important in studying the on how the CFB adapters and farmers uh, have gained agroforestry development on their farm. But I think the most important thing is their attitudes towards the project, because the attitudes will be their base, like will be the base of how they will act on the knowledge that was taught to them during the seminars and the trainings. But all in all, those three are connected to each other. Based on my personal perception, my perception, I think the attitude is the most important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Maui. So, is there any other question for the other presenters? By the way, for those who are in Facebook Live, you can relay your questions to us, and we can ask the questions for you. So we have another question here, and this question is directed towards Sir Nguyen. Sir Nguyen is in the Zoom meeting, I believe. Sir Nguyen, the question is, what can be the strategy that can be done to increase community participation in terms of EFES?
Yeah, thank you for your questions. Actually, the participation of community already exists in the region, because the region is most of the people in the region is an ethnic minority, and they have the custom traditional law of forest protection and forest management. But when the state apply the forestry policy that break out the indigenous forest protection rule of the communities, but now they think that the community based forest management is very important, and the financial support from the programs now reinforce the customary law of the community. So the community now, they build a forest protection group, and they also build a forest regulation. and they have fun for running such kind of the rule and law apply in the reality. So I think the most important thing that in order to in community involvement is first to reinforce the existing community rule, and then have empower them by getting more funds for community to apply their law. The new uh, condition when the state have a strong intervene to the forest policy.
Thank you so much, Sir Nguyen. We still have one question here, and the question is for Sir Joneda's study, bioecological status of major rivers in Luzon, Sorsogon. I think Sir Joneda is here, or Sir Burs is here. Okay. The question is at present, of the concept of bridge doing. At present, what integrative plans are in action connecting the different ecosystems of upland towards the oceans over which these giants are residing?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. Actually, Luzon municipality is now creating or establishing and implementing the integrated coastal and river management plan. And it is
Hello, Sir Burs. I think we are losing Sir Burs, but don't worry, sirs and ma'am, because for this particular question, for your questions, by the way, we can send questions um to the presenters so that they can answer this one. So since we have limited time, I'm very sorry for the rest of the questions for this particular batch, but once again, we can collect the questions and then forward it to the respective presenters. So now, moving forward, I would thank so much for the first six. Now we move forward. Moving forward, the next presentation will be from the Fishery Catch Assessment Project, Davao Oriental University, Institute of Agriculture and Life Science, Davao Oriental State University. The title of the paper or the study is Perception of Small-Scale Fish on Close Fishing Season in Surigao del Sur. This is a paper of Christine Perales, Edison Macosi, and Erna Macusi. So a round of applause for the paper and the presenters.
Hello everyone, I'm Christine Perez from Davao Oriental State University. Work as a research assistant through the Fisheries Assessment Project in Mindanao, funded by USDP CARD. And today, I'm going to present the study, which is the perception of small-scale fishers on close fishing season in Surigao del Sur. According to Demonstrate of 2008, close fishing season is one of identified conservation measures which has seen positive impacts to increase fish biomass. Close fishing seasons are sometimes imposed during the breeding period of harvested species to achieve greater annual reproductive output. The small-scale inland fishing sector plays a vital role in the provision of food, nutrition, income, and employment for local livelihoods. Income from fishing is critical in meeting household needs and securing safety nets among local small-scale fishers. Seasonal closure may lead to four main challenges. First, restricted access to coastal waters. Second, decreased financial capital. The third, decreased fishery activities. And the last one is declining small-scale fisheries opportunities. And despite this aspect of marine conservation, the country's small-scale fisheries are still apparently in decline. The aim of the study was to determine the perception of small-scale fishers on possible impact of close fishing season in Surigao del Sur. The map of the Philippines showing the two selected sites, municipality of Cortes and municipality of Manoza. In Cortes has a population of 17,924 and has land area of 127 square kilometers. And also in municipality of Lanosa has a population of 13,642 and has a land area of 290.60 square kilometers. The data was collected using semi-structured interview. Respondents were small-scale fishers in Oba Cortes, Norte Lanosa, and Habag Lanosa, Scao del Sur, with 56 total of fisheries. Fishing characteristics have multiple means of number of fishing hours, normal catch per unit effort or CPUE, as well as the total cost. Their average number of years fishing were 30 in Oba, 30 in Norcia, and 31 in Habag, with 68 years being the longest fishing experience. In the results in this graph, Uba and Norcia has higher response in awareness and agreement of close fishing season seen in figure 3A. Overfishing has total of 66%, lead the highest percentage in recent catch decline, followed by marine pollution, 46%, illegal fishing has 41%, seen in figure 3B. Most respondents had access of credit, seen in figure 3C, and most respondents had finished their primary level, seen in figure 3D. Close fishing season not implemented in three study sites due to lack of support from local governments and very limited alternative livelihood. Most of the fishers were aware and agreed on close fishing season. About 60%, PFAR and LGUs need to assist fishers on finding alternative livelihood. And that's all. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ma'am Christine, for sharing the paper. Now we move to the next one. This is the second batch. We have another study from Fisheries Cash Assessment Project, Davao Oriental State University, and Institute of Agriculture and Life Science, Davao Oriental State University. The title of the paper is Climate Change Resilience, Exposure, and Adaptation Capacity Among Fishing Communities in Surigao, Sur, Philippines. The paper is from Ma'am Tayaog, Makusi, Rapis, and Edison Makusi. A round of applause for the next paper.
Good day, everyone. I am Manilu Ilayao from Navarro State University. I would like to present a research study entitled Climate Change Resilience, Exposure, and Adaptation Capacity Among Fishing Communities in Surigao del Sur. I would like to acknowledge the DOST PCARD for funding this research. This study will never be successful without the financial support. The Philippines is an archipelagic country situated in a disaster-prone area and highly exposed to natural hazards such as typhoons, floods, earthquakes, and sea level rise. This climate variability is gradually worsening into an extreme climatic condition attributed to the increasing anthropogenic activities which results in climate change. Climate change is gradually transforming our usual life on Earth. Shifting climate seasons, rising sea levels, and temperature commonly cause an increase in the occurrence of natural hazards. These changes can directly affect the fisheries sectors, as the distribution and productivity of marine resources are influenced by climate dynamics. The national economy of Philippines could possibly be affected as fisheries significantly contribute in terms of income and employment. Meanwhile, fishing communities are highly vulnerable to climate shocks and stressors due to their extensive dependence on marine resources as their means of income. To alleviate the potential impacts of climate change, an assessment of the resilience of fishing communities will fill the gap of information regarding exposure, preparedness, coping, and adaptive capacity of fishing communities in response to climatic shocks and stressors. This research may aid to understand which measure can alleviate the vulnerability of the fishing community and enhance their resilience in facing future climate change impacts. The study was conducted in municipality of Cortes, Lanuza, and Lianga, Surigao del Sur. Two fishing communities in each municipality were assessed through focus group discussion at Barangay Madrileño, Uba, Habag, Norsha, Banahaw, and Poblacion. 12 indicators were asked during focus group discussion, which was developed by Cabel and IOPC 2012.
Ayun,
Teachers
ako na sis.
modified the indicators pertinent to assess the fishing community since the indicator was originally created in assessing the agroecosystem. A scale score from 1 to 5 was used to rank the response of the fisher folk, which denote as 1 never, 2 rarely, 3 sometimes, 4 often, and 5 always. A criterion written in Kabir and Ayopsi 2012 study was a basis for scoring each fishing community response for indicator to assess the behavioral level of preparedness, coping, and adaptive capacity of each community. Average was calculated to rank the resilience of fishing communities. A web graph was used to present the result of the study. Each barangay corresponds to different color line for the easy identification of each line in the web graph. In exposure results show that Banahao is highly exposed to climate hazard, with an average of 3.25 experienced floods in December and January every year because of typhoons and northeast monsoon. Poblacion and Uba were second most exposed to natural hazard, with an average of 3.0 experiencing several typhoons and northeast monsoon, followed by Habag and Norsha, having an average of 2.75. Were also exposed to typhoons and northeast monsoon and minimal intense earthquakes. And lastly, Madrileño with 2.5, which was exposed often in typhoon and northeast monsoon. In preparedness results show that Norsha, with an average of 4.67, was highly prepared. This was because they used their traditional belief, such as the combination of ants in their house and the cloudy method, the sea signifying that there will be incoming rains, so that they prepared in advance. Further, barangay officials also the community before the typhoons will be landed in their community, so they prepared and evacuate in advance. Madrileño, Habag, and Pinahaw had the same level of preparedness, with an average of 3.33, which had forums or seminars with regards to the changes in climate that affect their livelihoods, followed by Uba with an average of 3.00, and lastly Poblacion with an average of 1.33. In coping capacity shows that Norcia was highest with an average of 4.67 because their community members are highly connected to each other, which was helpful for the immediate cope-up of the community in times of climate hazard. Above with 3.33, Madrileño with 3.00, Banahaw and Poblacion with an average of 2.33, and lastly Uba with an average of 2.00. Meanwhile, in adaptive capacity shows that Madrileño and Uba had the highest resource availability, having an average of 3.67. This was because of their high ecosystem, where they strictly practice marine resource conservation through establishing marine protected areas in the fishing community, followed by Norcia with 3.17, having a potential tourist area to develop, which was identified by the respondents during FGD. Then Poblacion with 2.17, Habag with 1.83, and lastly Banahaw with 1.67. In overall resilience, has the highest potential resilience to climate change impacts, with an average of 40.25. This was because Norcia fishing community was more aware of the potential impacts of climatic shocks and stressors. That's why they prepared to avoid greater impacts in their community. They increased their social connectedness through conducting seminars and first aid training so that when climate hazard occur, everyone in the community will be prepared. Moreover, their community also has potential resources to develop lobster fisheries and tourist spots, which during FGD it was identified by the respondent as a possible livelihood opportunity. Meanwhile, Madrileño was the second highest potential resilience with 39.25. This was because they have abundant resource availability to develop will give greater opportunity to the community member in terms of livelihood. Aside from that, being a good implementer of conservation of marine resources made their community lesser exposed to natural hazards. Hence, they are less vulnerable to climate change. Then followed by Cuba with 36.17, Habag with 30.17, Banahaw with 24.33, and lastly Poblacion with 90.33. Indeed, all fishing communities are exposed to typhoons and northeast monsoon. Each barangay has its own weaknesses and strengths, which is important to address and develop to alleviate the impacts of climate change. The connectedness of the community members and the availability of resources greatly influence the resilience of the fishing community. Raising awareness about climate change impacts may possibly help to uplift their level of resilience capacity. That would be all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing with us your paper. Now we move to the next. Um, the next paper is from Forest and Wetland Research Development and Extension Center of DNR PRTB College. The title of the paper is Early Growth of 11 Native Species Potential for Industrial Tree Plantation Development in Northeastern Mindanao, Philippines. Growth Comparison with Exotic Species. This is a paper from Conrado Marquez, Rostom Aguiluz, Maricar Aguiluz, and Henry Dormado. So a round of applause for our next paper.
Good day to each one and all. Today I'm going to present the study titled Early Growth of 11 Native Species Potential for Tree Plantation Development in Northeastern Mindanao, Philippines. Growth Comparison with Exotic Species. I am Conrado Marquez from the Forest and Wetlands Research, Development and Extension Center of the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, the principal research arm of the DNR. Please allow me to share my screen. Philippines recognizes the need to revitalize our native tree species, integrated forest lands to manage productive, profitable, and fully functional ecosystems. Several decades ago, the Philippines was one of the major exporters of logs. As a result, the country faces timber shortages and relies on imports to meet a large proportion of its demand. The Caraga region of the northeastern Mindanao, southern part of the Philippines, is a major contributor to the logging industry. Is dubbed as the timber capital of the country, the Caraga region provides around 58 to 72% of the country's log requirement. However, plantation species have been limited to alien tree species such as the Vacataria molucana, the Acacia mangium, and the Sitinia macrophylla. Domesticating an early growth assessment through field trial is an essential part of native tree species. Silvicultural interventions, structural and morphological attributes, soil, physical and chemical properties, nutrition, climate, and many other factors. With the foregoing, we conducted this study with the following questions. How do height and diametric growth and survival of the species behave under early stages of development? Is early growth of native seedlings at par with alien species in areas with varying site conditions? How do climatic factors, rainfall, and air temperature affect the growth and survival of the species under trial? To answer these questions, assess the early growth performances of 11 native tree species and 3 alien tree species for comparison in 3 different sites of northeastern Mindanao in the Philippines a year after planting. As to the study sites, we planted 11 native and 3 alien species in 3 different provinces of northeastern Mindanao, all in Caraga region. These sites include the Butuan site in Butuan City, the San Luis Santa Lacogon, and the Bislig site in Surigao del Sur, all within the Caraga region of northern Mindanao. The 11 species include the following: the Antocephalus chinensis, the Alstonia macrophylla, the Scophia javanica, Alstonia scolaris, the Casuarina equisitofolia, the Jabunga molucana, Eucalyptus segrupa, the Melia dubia, Parkia javanica, Terminalia foetidissima, and the Terminalia microcarpa. While the alien species included the following: the Acacia mangium, the Schizobium paraita, and the Sitinia macrophylla. So all in all, we had 14 species under the study. As to the materials and methods, we try to measure the diametric growth rate, the height growth rate, and the survival rate. Initial height and diameter at ground level were obtained 2 months after outplanting. Vernier caliper to measure the DGL, and the calibrated tool to measure the height. Standardization using the relative annual growth rate, termed as diameter growth rate for DGL or diameter at ground level, and height growth rate for height. Survival rate was calculated by counting the number of plants of each species that survived divided by the number of plants originally planted of that species expressed as survival. Also, we gathered the climate data by installing a David Vantage Pro 2 automated weather monitoring station at each site determining microclimate condition, particularly the temperature and rainfall. We retrieve this climate data once a month. So the results, this can now be summarized as the following. This is the survival tendency of native and alien tree species. At the species level, across all sites, highest survival rate was attained by Tasmandium of around 95%. For native species such as Sonia scaris, the Casuarina equisetifolia, the Parkia javanica, and the Biscoffia javanica were close and did not differ significantly. All native alien species attained more than 75% survival rate, except the Jambunga mulcana, where only 30% of the planted seedlings survived. At the sites level, overall, the average survival rate in Bislig, Butuan, and San Luis were 79%, 86%, and 86% respectively. To the diametric and height growth rates of the species, at the species level, Acacia mangium attained the highest DGR and HGR with mean of minus 61 millimeters per year and 406 centimeters per year across all sites. The native species such as Alsonia macrophylla, the Eucalyptus eglucta, the Parkia javanica, the Melia dubia with DGR ranging from 32 millimeters per year, 35 millimeters per year, grew at rates close to that of the Schizobium parahiba and macrophylla. The average AGR of native species Eucalyptus eglucta and Alsonia macrophylla were higher than alien species Schizobium parahiba. Again, Bunga mulcana had lowest AGR of only 57 centimeter per year. At the site level, across all sites, Acacia mangium performed the best in terms of diametric growth rate, 66.3 millimeters per year, 56.5 millimeters per year, and 60.9 millimeters per year for Bislig, Butuan, and San Luis sites. The diametric growth rate of all species across sites from a minimum of 6.7 millimeters per year to a maximum of 66.3 millimeters per year. And all sites were significantly different. Also, at the site level, the average AGR across all species in all sites varied from 25.6 centimeters per year to 426.9 centimeters, and all sites were significantly different. Acacia mangium had the highest AGR in Bislig and in San Luis. On the site-species interaction, the interaction between site and species was highly significant, which indicated that relationships between species and DGR, HGR, or survival rate depends on site condition. This prompted us to dig into the sources of variations in species and survival as affected by any condition at the site. We used the available climatic data for each site and evaluated how this affects the DGR, HGR, and survival rates of the species. Climatic factors affecting the growth and survival of the species, the response of DGR, HGR, and survival rate to rainfall. DGR rainfall relationship, 43% of the species were sensitive to rainfall. The HGR of fast-growing species, Eucalyptus seglucta, the Parkia javanica, and Alsonia scolaris, were highly affected by rainfall, although they exhibited different response trajectories. The survival rate of Terminalia poidissima, Parkia javanica, Biscophia javanica, Eucalyptus seglucta, and Casuarina equisetifolia were very sensitive to rainfall. Survival of the Phoetidissima and Casuarina equisetifolia were high when rainfall were low and declined when it was the opposite. So the temperature, the DGR relationship, Jubunga molucana, the slowest growing native species, was mostly affected by temperature, indicating that high temperature environment induces greater diametric expansion of species. The DGR of Eucalyptus seglucta, a fast-growing native species, was less sensitive to changes in temperature regime. The DGR of alien species such as Acacia magium, the Cytium prophyla, and Schizobium parahiba were not affected at all with changes in temperature. So the response of DGR, HGR, and survival temperature. The HGR temperature relationship, 35% of the species were highly limited by temperature, which was one of the most limiting factors under height growth. The variance explained is only up to about 50%, indicating that factors other than temperature were driving the HGR of these species. Survival rate temperature relationship. The survival rates of all species were highly limited by temperature. On the survival of native and alien species, at the species level, Acamangium, due to its short rotation period, timber quality, acceptability, and high survival rate, even though native species of the Philippines can also attain high survival rates comparable to Acacia mangium. For example, our previous study showed that Parkia javanica and Biscophia javanica achieved 80 to 90% survival rates 5 years after planting, which provide the ability of these native species to survive well as that of Acacia mangium. While all species of our study sites attain more than 75% survival rate, except for Jubunga murcana, whose survival rate tendency was around less than 30%. Overall, seedling mortality was low at the sites. One possible explanation was for the low mortality rates in our sites is that seedlings were fertilized or planted and at 2 months post-planting to ensure establishment. The site level, the high survival rates of Parkia javanica, Biscophia javanica, Casuarina equisetifolia, Alsonia macrophylla, and Alsonia scolaris demonstrates the potential of these native species to compare favorably with that of the alien species under appropriate ecological conditions. It may still be too early to draw conclusions about the fate of Parkia javanica, Biscophia javanica, and Casuarina equisetifolia on this affluent condition at this early stage of development. Long-term monitoring is needed to understand better the species adaptation of these native species. And the height and diameter growth rates of the species at the species level among all native and alien species planted, Acacia mangium the highest DGR and HGR. This is not surprising because acacia species are prime candidates as they are fast growing even in poor soils. Past studies in the Philippines reported that native species such as Alsonia macrophylla, Alsonia scolaris, Parkia javanica, Biscophia javanica, and Casuarina equisetifolia were used in reforestation efforts. These species were proven to help rapidly recover abandoned land areas left after shifting cultivation. These were the same species that exhibited relatively higher DGR and HGR in our study sites capable of competing with alien species such as Acacia mangium, Schi- Schizobium parahiba, and Scythenia macrophylla. At the site level, slow-growing native species such as Sonia skinensis, as Anthocephalus skinensis, the Jubunga molocana, and the Toypodisma mostly thrive in habitat different from our trial sites in Bislig, Butuan, and San Luis. They usually grow in wetland areas along coastal plains and near streams. Difficulty in adapting to a new environment. Species with better DGR, HGR, and survival rates are Casuarina equisetifolia, Sonia macrophylla, Parthia juvanica, among others. The growth of this species was comparable to that of other alien species such as Scythenia macrophylla and Parthia paraiba. Schizobium paraiba. As to the climatic factors affecting the growth and survival of native and alien species, maintenance operations and silvicultural interventions applied in our sites, native and alien species and survival differed. Varying biological and environmental factors such as microclimate, soil biota, nutrient availability, soil physical and chemical attributes, the quality of planting materials, topography, hydrology, pests and diseases, and weed competition, as well as the adaptation of the plants to the new environment. Accordingly, light is one of the key drivers for plant growth, coupled with soil moisture and temperature. In our final trial sites, we do not have solar radiation data, although we found that local rainfall and temperature drove the increase in DGR and HGR of most of the species. Our results suggest that if there is not much long rainfall and as well as longer dry days due to a slight increase in temperature, plant species can attain optimum structural growth. Rainfall and air temperature are not primarily a limiting factor for most alien species. Most fast-growing native species, the Eucalyptus deglupta and Scotia javanica, were less affected by temperature. The Eucalyptus deglupta are trees that take a wide range of physical forms and occupy a broad range of climatic and ecological niches, leading to a positive relationship, better temperature, and the DGR of most species. We have only considered rainfall and temperature regimes as factors in the growth performances of the planted trees. However, we concur with the common notion that climate alone may not reflect seedling adaptations in our trial sites, but also the interactions of soil nutrients and soil fertility conditions with co-varying variables such as soil physical attributes, microbial activities, and root dynamics. The growth of planted trees is thus a complicated physiological and morphological mechanism that requires an in-depth investigation. As our conclusion under the study, the early stage assessment of some native and alien species in northeastern Mindanao, Philippines, is important as an initial activity for long-term native tree species field trial and domestication efforts. Our results showed that some native species could potentially grow and survive at a rate closer to those fast-growing alien species. Although it is too early to predict with certainty, our results reinforce that much needed information on the early performance of native species, native trees in the Philippines. Thus, prolonged monitoring is necessary so we can conclude with certainty the potentials of these native species for commercial use. Relative importance such as soil fertility, nutrients, and phenotypic variability are equally important. Lastly, appropriate silvicultural management intervention at an early stage to improve the growth and survival of native species planted seedlings in the field. Thank you and good day to one.
Thank you so much, Sir Conrado, for sharing your study. So we are down 3. Now we move to the next one. The next presentation is from Ecosystem Research and Development Bureau, Coastal Resources and Ecotourism Research, Development and Extension Center. The title of the study is Excellence in Physical Carrying Capacity Generated Tons of Unhauled Solid Waste in the Philippines Top Beach Destination, the case in Boracay Island. So this study is from, correct me if I'm wrong, but the name is Michael Blanca, then Alicia Lustica. So a round of applause, I think.
Researchers, academicians, fellow participants, and presenters, and all those who are joining the Third International Conference on Education, Environment, and Agriculture, good morning. My name is Rachel Junior Rocha Blanca, and I will be presenting the paper titled Exceedance in Physical Carrying Capacity, Generated Tons of Unhauled Solid Waste in the Philippines Beach Destination, the Basin Back Island. Boracay, a top tourist destination in the Philippines, generated more than 2 million tourists in 2017. The issues on solid waste in Boracay continue to persist because the root causes such as overcrowding, overpopulation, and exceedance in the number of allowable physical structures were not addressed. That have been studied in the human factors brought by tourism that affect the island's effective management and sustainable development, and there was no study conducted on the solid waste management of Boracay pre-rehabilitation in relation to the number of existing physical structures in the island. As Boracay continues to face a number of challenges and threats to its sustainability critical to the future of its tourism industry, this study evaluated the existing solid waste management practices in Boracay pre-rehabilitation with reference to the physical carrying capacity to fill in the gaps and recommend strategies to improve the policies on the implementation of environmental laws and waste management in the island. Assessment of solid waste disposal management and practices of the beach resorts, hotels, establishments, and households in Boracay was conducted as part of the carrying capacity study of ERDB in 2018, the rehabilitation of Boracay to address the solid waste management issues and concerns. The sample size for this study was determined using the Yamets equation based on the existing data on the households of the BLGUs, accredited hotels and resorts of the Department of Tourism, and records of establishments from the Boracay Chamber of Commerce. Solid waste generation and disposal of the existing structures was done through a survey, and the solid waste generated were classified according to types. The waste generated kilograms were determined on a daily basis. The means of waste disposal and awareness to the ecological solid waste management 9003 of the respondents were also determined. Data was analyzed with reference to the physical carrying capacity based on the CLUP and Proclamation 1064 maps of Boracay. In Boracay, there are a total of 430 registered hotels and resorts, 10,150 households, and 2,779 other establishments. From this data, a total of 941 respondents were surveyed and interviewed. Computed physical carrying capacity of Boracay based on the Comprehensive Land Use Plan and Proclamation 64, the percent per unit structure type based on the sampling size are 40.9% for households, 21.9% for hotels and resorts, and 37.2% for other establishments. One of the major waste generated in Boracay are the single-use plastics. Generation of plastic waste is common for hotels and resorts, other establishments, and even households. Paper waste are commonly generated by all structure types in the island. The hotels and resorts generate most of the plastic and paper wastes. Food leftovers are the common source of food waste, commonly generated by the households, hotels, and resorts. Most of the accommodation structures in Boracay do not generate yard waste except for the hotels, resorts, and other establishments with open spaces. The household generate most of the yard waste. The least generated among all other types of waste in the island are the hazardous and special wastes. Plastic and paper waste disposal in Boracay is through a third-party waste collector disposed at Boracay's MRF. Food and yard waste are used as compost or sometimes collected by third parties. Hazardous and special waste are usually stored or collected by a third party. On a daily basis, the amount of solid waste composed of plastic, paper, food, yard, hazardous, and special waste that a single hotel, resort, establishment, and household can generate is 9.1 kilogram on average. For the type of waste, the largest amount generated came from the food waste at an average of 3.4 kilograms per day, followed by plastics at 1.7 kilograms per day and paper at 1.6 kilograms per day. Overall, the hotels and resorts use most of the solid waste in Boracay. Physical carrying capacity is generally defined as the limit of a site beyond which wear and tear will start taking place or environmental problems will arise. Physical carrying capacity is also the maximum number of structures and use units that can be built and raised in an available area that will not affect the existing environment in its natural process, considering all the possible limiting factors. TUMAP serves the basis for the computation of the physical carrying capacity of Boracay Island, the land use map of Malay, and the Proclamation 1064 map to estimate the number of structures according to residential, commercial, and tourism land use. Being the LGU Malay CLUP map and the Proclamation number 1064 map, the physical carrying capacity of Boracay was computed using the Bouillon's carrying capacity mathematical model. Boracay's physical carrying capacity was based on the computed real carrying capacity, considering the limiting factors such as forest lands, wetlands, sinkholes, and the average standard size requirement obtained from the survey. Pre-rehabilitation, there are a total of 13,359 structures in Boracay Island, and there is an exceedance of 5,744 to 6,147 structures from the completed physical carrying capacity. For residential, results implied that there is an exceedance of 4,792 to 4,984 in the existing residential, 878 to 1,025 commercial structures, and 138 to 154 hotels and resorts from the completed real carrying capacity. It was found that an overwhelming percentage of structures in the island were residential in nature. The solid waste generated by the allowable number of structures from the computed physical carrying capacity is 73,930 to 77,153 kilograms per day. The results of the 2018 carrying capacity study in Boracay, there is an exceedance of 5,728 to 6,163 physical structures from the computed PCAR cap that can generate an additional of 51,938 to 55,630 kilograms of solid waste per day. LGU Malay can only hold 30 tons of waste per day, which leaves around 95.9 to 102.8 tons of unhauled waste in the island daily. The Boracay MF capacity can only accommodate 30 to 50 tons of waste per day. Hotels and resorts commonly use garbage bags and trash bins with labels for waste segregation and disposal. Other commercial establishments use garbage bags or trash bins to dispose their waste. Sacks are commonly used by the households for waste disposal. Per municipal ordinance, the use of transparent bags is mandatory. Proper waste segregation is imposed by the LGU to all existing establishments and households. For storage establishments, the male staff are usually in charge of disposing the waste. For the households, both male and female family members are responsible for the waste disposal. Majority of the respondents for this study answered yes to the Awareness of Republic Act 9003 to the IEC conducted by LGU Malay and DNR, information from TV, radio, and social media. However, in spite of this awareness, it was alarming to know that there are accommodations and households still practice cleaning of yard and plastic waste, which is a violation of the Republic Act. Through the years, the issues of solid waste in Boracay persisted because the root cause on overcrowding, overpopulation, and exceedance in the number of allowable physical structures in Boracay were not addressed. Considering that there was no study conducted on the solid waste management of Boracay pre-rehabilitation in relation to the number of existing physical structures, results of this study can fill in the gaps and recommend strategies to improve the policies on the implementation of environmental laws and waste management in Boracay through the application and adoption of the island's physical carrying capacity. Boracay solid waste disposal practices and management needs greater attention from policymakers and planners with reference to the physical capacity of Boracay. This study recommends to strictly implement the carrying capacity of Boracay Island and update the existing tourism laws and ordinances and ratify new ones in light of the environmental problems Boracay faces. Regulations and prohibitions on solid waste must be firmly imposed. Establishment of waste collection area is also recommended. Monitoring performance and evaluation of the LGU and proper solid waste management practice in all existing structures should be strengthened. Lastly, the creation of multi-sectoral committee to provide avenue for identifying and discussing problems and devising solutions on solid waste front is important to ensure that the solid waste crisis in Boracay will be abated. And this is my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
That is Nation June Blanca. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing the study. And now we go to the next one. The next study will be from Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology. The title is Object-Based Classification of Coastal Resources Using Image Processing and Supervised Machine Learning of Integrated LiDAR Derivatives. This study is from Benedict Joyce A. Esguerra. Round of applause for the next study.
Good day, organizers, researchers, evaluators, and attendees of the Third International Conference on Education, Environment, and Agriculture. I am Engineer Benedict Joyce D. Esguerra from the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, and I will be presenting the research entitled Object-Based Classification of Coastal Resources Using Image Processing and Supervised Machine Learning of Integrated LiDAR Derivatives. Light detection and ranging is a remote sensing method that uses light in the form of a pulse laser to measure ranges to the Earth, provides a highly accurate television model collection. LiDAR technology applications are a rapidly growing market in remote sensing. One of its applications is the mapping of natural resources through the use of GIS processing techniques. The Philippines Department of Science and Technology, with the University of the Philippines, Diliman, leading 14 other SUCs, state universities and colleges and higher education institutions, started the 3-year program, the LiDAR 2 program, National Resource Inventory of the Philippines using LiDAR and other remotely sensed data. Its main objective was to produce natural resources, maps of agriculture, coastal, forest, hydrological, and vulnerability assessment maps for high-value crops and coastal resources. The research aimed to develop the workflow in extracting aquaculture and mangrove resources from integrated LiDAR derivatives using image processing and machine learning techniques. Specifically, this aimed to prepare and integrate LiDAR derivatives using LAS tools and eCognition, extract and refine aquaculture and mangrove shape files using eCognition and ArcGIS, gather training and validation points for mangroves using Google Earth and ground truth validation, generate error matrix for accuracy assessment. This research focused on the extraction of aquaculture and mangrove coastal resources. Other coastal resources such as seagrasses, corals, will not be part of this paper. Only LiDAR data covering the extent of the location was used as input since Landsat, orthophoto, and other aerial or satellite photos were not available at the time of the study. This is a case study research specifically focused on the mapping of aquaculture and mangroves coastal resources in 2 municipalities in the Quezon province. The study area covers the extent of aquaculture and mangrove areas listed in 2 municipalities with 71.62 square kilometers of LiDAR data sets. To complete this research, the input data are the LiDAR data subsets. The geoprocessing software and tools used included eCognition, ArcGIS, LAS tools, GNSS, and GPS. This research developed the workflow in coastal resources classification in two municipalities in the Quezon province using image processing of LiDAR datasets and machine learning, such as support vector machine or the SVM and decision tree for feature extraction. From the LiDAR point clouds, LiDAR derivatives were generated using LAS tools. These LiDAR derivatives were integrated in the Ecognition software. After applying different remote sensing methods, shapefiles were extracted and refined through post-processing using GIS or geoprocessing methods. The figure shows the process to develop remote sensing and geographic information system applications used for aquaculture classification were multi-threshold and multi-resolution segmentation, rule-based object, image classification, and post-processing refinements. The figure shows the aquaculture shapefile after the post-processing refinements done in ArcGIS. This shapefile was also used as input to the object-based classification for mangroves. Validation was done with the help of the LGU. Remote sensing RS and geographic information system applications used for mangrove classification were multi-threshold and multi-resolution segmentation, rule-based object image classification, training data points, SVM classification, ground truth validation, and accuracy assessment were added for mangrove classification and post-processing refinements. The figure shows that process 3 developed in Ecognition. The figure shows the object-based classification for mangroves. The table summarizes the number of sample frames used. It follows the 70:30 ratio of the training and validation. The figure on the right shows the validation, which are the red points, and the training, which are the green points. The accuracy assessment by error matrix based on the training and validation points. The accuracy for manuals and other verification were above 94.31%, with an overall accuracy of 94.73% and CAP index of agreement of 92.2%. In conclusion, aquaculture and other coastal resources may be extracted even from LiDAR data only, since previous studies here in the Philippines use ortho, or if not, has derived many height metrics. These are some of the generated coastal maps. Blue are the fish ponds or aquaculture, and dark green with black dots are mangroves. These were turned over to respective municipalities. For recommendation, the maps may be utilized by local government units for coastal resources inventory and vulnerability assessments as the basis for planning conservation projects. Bathymetric LiDAR technology may be used to map nearshore coastal resources such as seagrass or corals for the municipalities. These are the references used. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the presentation. Now we go to the last paper for this batch, and I believe the presenter is also with us, Ma'am Fe Ochones. So the paper is from Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, and the title of the study is Vulnerability Assessment of Puerto Galera Bay to Climate Change as affected by its biophysical characteristics and urbanization. Once again, let's all welcome Ma'am Fe Ochones for this presentation.
Good morning. My name is Faushanes, and I'm going to present the result of my study entitled Biophysical Characterization and Vulnerability Assessment for Tagalera Bay. So Tagalera Bay is undoubtedly one of the most biodiverse and ecologically salient ecosystems of Mindoro, serving as home to rare and endemic species of corals, reef fishes, and seagrasses. So recently, the bay has been cited as one of the most beautiful bays in the world. There are about 30 beautiful bays, and the Galera is one of the smallest and one of the most beautiful. And it is a distinction that will exert greater environmental pressures considering the anticipated increase in tourist influx. So the aim of the study is to update the biophysical characterization of the bay and to render it in spatial database for vulnerability assessment. So the study will serve as an input in formulating management and zoning plans for the bay and in rehabilitation and protection measures, also in doing carrying capacities. So during so Mindoro is located in the Puerto Galera is located in the Mindoro Island here, the northern part of Mindoro Island in the Philippines. So when we looked into the data, we acquired 50-year data, daily rainfall data from 4 Pag-asa station located in Mindoro Occidental, Batangas, Quezon, and Marinduque. And this data was interpolated using ArcGIS to come up with the isohetal map. So it is seen here that Puerto Galera receives about 2,250 millimeters of rainfall annually. So the this is the data from the MGD. And the rock formation in the Molave Forest, when we analyze the section of the bay, this parallel rock formation is susceptible to landslides. The soils is tropodals and tropodals. Here. By the way, there are about 7 barangays in the bay, including the poblacion. We have San Antonio, Sabang, Sinandigan, Palangan, San Niño, and the Pobron. So we analyzed or we generated the digital elevation model, which we digitized the 1:10,000 topographic map from NAMRIA to come up with this digital elevation model. So it has a higher resolution of DEM. So from the DEM, we derive the slopes. The red portion here is the slopes which are 50 and above. And for green, it's 30 to 50% slopes, and the blue, 18 to 30. Light blue is 8 to 18, and the yellow is 0 to 8. So in the coastal area, there are a few flatlands here, and these are usually dedicated to residential and barangay centers. For land use and vegetation, we generated this one from the QuickBird imagery, which has a 0.6 resolution. So we can see here from the dominant green colors that the bay is still really vegetated. And then the gray are the urban areas. So this is the modeling that we did. So we reclassified the map and made ratings from these parameters, which include the reclassified rainfall data, reclassified slope, land use, reclassified soil, geology, and typhoon incidents. These are the parameters we use in modeling for vulnerability to landslide and soil erosion. So we made some ratings, for example, for rainfall, uh, rainfall of about 2,500 millimeters and is rated as 5 or very high in terms of vulnerability. And going down the line, less than 1,000 is 1 or very low. So for slopes, 50% slope and above, it's 5, which is very in rating. And then the 0 to 8 is 1 or very low. So this is the ratings that we did for land use cover. So the more vegetated it is, so the rating is 1 or very low, and sparsely vegetated is very high or 5. So for soil and geology, we use the ratings for the indices that was developed by ERDB or our office for these parameters. So we also there are also some weights. So slope is the highest weight, which is 40%, followed by land use, which is 20%, and 10% each for soil, geology, rainfall, and typhoon incidents. So this we did some map computations using ArcGIS again and to come up with the vulnerability map. So the red colors in the map signifies very high in terms of vulnerability rating. The green high, dark blue is moderate, light blue low, and yellow is very low. So as we can see here from the vulnerability map, that majority is high in terms of vulnerability rating, and some of the portions here are red, which is very high, and then the light blue is low. So the green portion, the green or the high vulnerability areas corresponds to the promontories inside the bay, and some of the steeply sloping hills, almost vertical in terms of slope. These are the red and green portion of the bay. So during typhoon season or strong typhoons, no, landslide is a natural occurrence because of the steeply sloping areas in the bay. And as we can see here, we did the 3D landscape of the bay and draped the Google imagery. We can see here that the bay is, the landscape of the bay are just strips of land. No? So the upland going to the marine environment is very short, the distance. So what does this mean? No? So development in the upland portion or the upland landscape of the bay would easily tell on the marine environment. As we can see here, when there's development in the upland portion, then there's heavy sedimentation in the marine environment, as seen here in the Google imagery. The bay is still nicely vegetated. They still have the Molabe forest, coastal, mangrove, and they have seagrasses and coral reefs. So we recommend that this continue will be maintained or conserved. So for mitigating measures pertaining to urbanization, we recommend that the 50-meter easement space be maintained from the highest high tide. And strict regulation where development calls for permanent structure should also be regulated, because we think that the bay is not really suited for urbanization because of the type of landscape that it has. I already mentioned that it is just narrow strips of land. No? So any development that would be made inside would change the microclimate and also the landscape of the bay. So it's not suitable for urbanization. And implementation of programs for strict management of influence and solid waste should also be done. No? So also legislation for local ordinances should minimize impact the human human activities in the coast area. Say, for example, here in the enhanced imagery, it will Bangka docking in the coast area would scar the shallow and deep portion coral reefs in the area seen here. No? So Bangka docking of Bangka should be uh, regulated or done in areas where there are no coral reefs. So I want to show you the flyby that we did. This is the 3D landscape draped with Google 2015 Google imagery. So these are the urbanized area in the bay. So as you can see, vegetation, actually majority of the vegetation in the area is still intact. So that's why majority of the coast area is still pristine, or the waters are still pristine in the area. And we really recommend that it should be maintained, this type of vegetation. So I've taken you to a tour the bay. So that's it. Thank you very much. I hope you learned something from my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Faye, for the presentation now. Another round for the open forum. So the floor is now open for your questions regarding the second batch of research paper that we have today. Y- You can use the chat box, or you can raise your hand so that we can recognize you for your questions. Same with Sir Maui. Ma'am Faye is with us here, so I can ask the questions directly to her. Okay, we have one question here. The question is directed towards, I believe this is for uh, climate change resilience exposure and adaptation capacity among fishing communities in Surigao del Sur, Philippines, presented to us by Ma'am Manilyn. The question is, this is the question. According to the study, the community are able to cope with the effect of climate change because they are highly connected with one another. What do we mean by highly connected with each other as a coping mechanism for climate change?
Good, sir. Learn everyone. Connectivity of the connectivity of my study is about it's like the bayanihan, sir, that we always do whenever there is natural hazards coming from our community. So we do it, like for example in Barangay Yorsha, because of their previous periods of typhoons, for example, they create strategies that we need to communicate each other in order to prepare and um, be for incoming climate change impacts in their communities.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the answer. So that's it. The bayanihan, the behavior of Filipinos for bayanihan is the reason why they are coping well with the climate change. Thank you so much, ma'am. And then we have another question. The next question is, this is directed towards the study regarding Boracay Island. So the question is, in connection with CLUP, what activities does the municipality or the LGU doing in order to control the increasing uh, physical infrastructures, which the result of the accidents in physical carrying capacity in Boracay?
Thank you for that question. Actually, based on the comprehensive land use plan, the CLUP of Boracay is for 2022. So I think post rehabilitation, they will be making some changes in the CLUP considering all the recommendations from the carrying capacity study of Boracay. Actually, as of this year, DNR Region 6 is conducting an updating of the carrying capacity of Boracay in order to actually take a look at the changes and the efforts of the LGU as well as the other government agencies after the rehabilitation of Boracay. So actually one of the recommendations of this study is actually to have a comparative analysis in terms of the physical structures before and after rehabilitation.
Okay, thank you so much, Puma. We have another question. The question I believe is directed to, this is also for um, the study about Boracay Island. The question is, why do we need of maintenance of 40 to 50 meters of easement space from the highest mark of tide, I believe? This is from Espiritu Shemeber. Ma'am Espiritu, your question is for what particular study? Hello, ma'am. Mitigating measures. So the question again is, why do we need to have to maintain 40 to 15 meters of easement space from the highest mark of high tide? Correct.
Uh, I think that's for my study.
Yes, po, ma'am.
Hello. So actually, because this is the policy, you know, or 50 meters is the policy, and within the bay, this is not happening, especially in a this is not the case. This is the case for some of the areas there. So this is the space should be maintained, no, as just a protected area.
Thank you so much, po, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so as much as we want to accommodate more questions, but we have limited time, so now we move forward. Once again, thank you for the second batch. But they stay with us, and also we'll be having their contact numbers and email so that if you have further questions, we can address your questions and forward it to them. Thank you so much once again. Now we go to the last batch of presenters for today. So the first one for this batch is from Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology. The title of the study is Vulnerability Assessment of Postal Services in one local government unit using geographic information systems integration. This is a study from Ma'am Joyce Esquera. A round of applause, everyone.
Good day, organizers, researchers, Good day, organizers, researchers, evaluators, and attendees of the Third International Conference on Education, Environment, and Agriculture. I'm Engineer Benedict Joyce Reyes Guerra from the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, and I will be presenting the research entitled Vulnerability Assessment of Coastal Resources in One Local Government Unit using Geographic Information Systems Integration. Coastal resources have severely degraded due to human activities and natural changes such as a sea level rise, surface temperature, changes in the amount of rainfall, storm frequency, and sedimentation. Greater than 75% of mangrove forests in the Philippines have been depleted in less than 70 years due to anthropogenic stresses and due to the high vulnerability of mangrove forests to sea level rise caused by climate change. Coral reefs protect coastal areas from coastal erosion and wave action and are important in fishery production. However, coral reefs may undergo severe coral bleaching caused by seawater warming. Coral reefs are also at risk from marine pollution, sedimentation, destructive fishing techniques, and reef mining. A vulnerability assessment paves way in understanding where a marine ecosystem is likely to have a high vulnerability to the associated impacts of climate change. Vulnerability assessment highlights concerns where planning and adaptation strategies should be directed whether through reducing vulnerability to climate change by increasing the capacity of a community and adapting to climatic changes or through improving the health of the ecosystem. The study focused on assessing the coastal resources of one local government unit in the Philippines in terms of vulnerability to climate change. In particular, this study aimed to produce vulnerability estimates of coastal resources, mainly mangroves, sea grasses, and corals, through remote sensing and geographic information systems applications. The study covers the extent of coastal resources located in the northern part of the province, mainly the coastal zone of one municipality. The municipality consists of 7 barangays with coastal resources. The coastal resources in this study pertain to mangroves, seagrasses, and corals. The following are the data used in assessing the vulnerability of mangroves to climate change impacts. Input data are coastal resources maps, classification of mangroves, seagrasses, and corals, sensitivity layers, urban aquaculture, river outlets, and bathymetric survey, exposure layers, typology analysis of Philippine waters, storm surge and storm frequency, and adaptive capacity layers, FGD data on governance, intervention, and habitat morphology. This is a case study research focusing on the vulnerability of coastal resources one local government unit or municipality to change. The coastal resources maps were derived from light detection, ranging data for mangroves and Landsat 8 image for corals and sea grasses. Sensitivity layers for the urban, aqua, and thematic survey were generated through geoprocessing tools in ArcGIS. This study utilized secondary data from previous works and studies as input data for exposure layers. Using this framework, data from the vulnerability assessment tools for coastal ecosystems guidebook, the International Panel on Climate Change defined vulnerability as the measure of the susceptibility of the system to the impacts of climate change. It's a function of the system's exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. Exposure is the extent in which the system under analysis is subjected to types of climate stimuli and non-climate stresses. Sensitivity is the degree to which a system under analysis is affected. Climate-related stimuli and adaptive capacity is the ability of the system under analysis to adjust to the impacts of climate change. To know the degree of effects of climate change in corals, mangroves, and seagrasses, vulnerability assessment was conducted by applying the parameters set in the Integrated Coastal Sensitivity, Exposure, and Adaptive Capacity to Climate Change, the ICC Change tool, and utilizing the Coastal Vulnerability Assessment Toolkit, or the CBAT, for the storing and rescaling of the remotely sensed coastal resources through GIS integration. To easily visualize the steps in conducting the vulnerability assessment, frameworks were created. So this is the framework used for the assessment, vulnerability assessment for mangroves. This is the framework used for the corals vulnerability assessment with the addition of MPA shape files, bathymetric survey, or the depth raster, and the river outlets. This is the framework used for seagrass vulnerability assessment, which was the same with the corals. For the maps, this shows the vulnerability assessment maps for mangroves in the municipal level. So we have here for red is the high, the yellow is for medium risk, and green for low. This is the vulnerability assessment map for corals in the municipal level. And this is the vulnerability assessment map for seagrasses in the municipal level. The result of the municipal scale shows that 90% of mangroves were highly vulnerable due to a high score of intrinsic characteristics and low adaptive capacity. The majority of species were June and highly vulnerable on the municipal scale. Only 10 to 20% of the seagrasses have low scores, while almost 100% of corals are highly vulnerable. Aside from providing more comprehensive assessment of coastal resources vulnerability to climate change, this study generated highly accurate vulnerability assessment maps through the use of RS and GIS applications. For recommendations, vulnerability assessment maps may be used for adaptation and mitigation measures and strategies. The methodology may be used in the assessment of vulnerability to climate change of coastal resources from other local government units in the Philippines. These were the references used. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Benizik. And now we go to the next one. The next presentation is from the RDB. The title of the study is Estimating the Recreational Value of Mount Arayat National Park using Zone Travel Cost Method. This is a study from Abay, Leia Santos, Adeline Barua, Carla Segura, Gabriel Posa, Ma'am Kentos, Sabado, and others. So a round of applause to the next presenter.
Good morning. I'm Leah Marie Santos, and I'll be presenting to you our study titled Estimating the Recreational Value of Matarayat National Park using Zonal Travel Cost Method, together with my co-author, Mr. Amatis, Ms. Baliwa, Ms. Segura, Ms. Posa, Tito, and Ms. Sabado, all are graduate students from the University of the Philippines, Los Angeles. For the introduction, Mount Arayat is a terrestrial ecosystem that provides and covers a wide array of ecosystem services that includes provisioning, regulating, cultural, and supporting services. So Mount Arayat was declared as a national park in the year 1933 under the Presidential Proclamation number 594 and in 1998 under the Nabat Act. It is a well-known recreational site for tourists and offers hiking, camping, swimming as recreational activities. Now, the basic development for tourism and the conservation of aesthetic character, Mount Arayat was declared a tourist spot by the Virtual Republic Act number 7690. Sources of funds for the management of these national parks and the E-rated protected areas fund. The sources of these funds can be from the fees raised from the operation of the protected area and from the solicitation and donation. So this case study was conducted to estimate one of the ecosystem services that is the recreational use of Mount Arayat National Park. We aim to integrate ecosystem service evaluation, assist the foundation of a decision framework through assessing trade-offs related to the development of ecotourism of the national park. To give you visual representation, the following are the pictures of Mount Arayat. It is famous, one of the most famous hiking sites in Central Luzon, and tourists came in to visit different sites. As you can see, there is a North Peak and South Peak. The objectives of this study is mainly to estimate the value of recreational activities in Mount Arayat National Park. Specifically, it is to determine the recreation needs, to quantify the recreation demand, the recreation demand curve, and estimate the total economic benefit from Mount Arayat National Park's recreational routine. For the scope and limitations, the study focused on estimating the economic value of hiking and trekking activities. Other recreational activities were not included, and it is limited to number of visitors, point of origin, and destination. Other places with the visitors one, two, or the same place were not accounted. For the methodology, this is the research site. It's located in Central Luzon, and it straddles the towns, the tribes of Arayat and the part of Bangayan in the province of Pampanga. It is a total area of 3,716 hectares, 2,916 of which are multiple use zones, and the rest, which is 799 hectares, are considered to be strict protection zones. As for elevation, North Peak is at 1,026 meters, and the South Peak at 2,000 meters. So the following are the steps for donor cover cost method. Of course, we need to do solely a step one. In this particular study, make use of concentric circles with 20 kilometer distance for each zone. Then identify the number of visitors through logbook that contains information on the number of tourists per day and their point of origin and destination. So we're able to gather situation data. This was pre-pandemic in the year of 2018. And step 3, visitation rates were calculated per 1,000 population in each zone. So population data was based on PS3 census, statistics authority census in 2016. Step 4 is estimating the travel cost and opportunity cost. Travel cost was estimated based on the minimum stay, which is during that time, minimum fare for the jeepneys is 9 pesos for the first 4 kilometers and 1 peso for extra kilometers per month. Meanwhile, for the cost per time, it was estimated based on the minimum wage, which is 537 pesos for 8 hours, 8 working hours, and the speed uh, for the time for the speed is 30 kilometers per hour. Step 5 is a regression analysis. So we make use of the visitation rate as the independent variable and the travel cost as the dependent variable of the demand function, so that lead generation function. And using that function, we can estimate the total economic benefit of the site. Now for the results, a total of 16,334 visitors or visitation were recorded for the month of January to June. Note that most of the visitors are local, 98.4%, and 0.1% foreign visitors. Also note that 1.5% are local students or students here from the Philippines. So for the month of January to June, March recorded the highest number of visitations at 4,353 during the summer. For the visitation per region, Region 3 at point of origin got the highest number of tourists recorded, which is 90.8% of the total visitation. Region 3 or Central Luzon is where the Monterey National Park is located. So we can see that the locals supported or appreciate this area and often visit, or most of the visitors come to this area, followed by NCR for the National Capital Region at 1,151 tourists, or 7% of the total visitors, and 9 tourists were recorded outside, coming from outside of Luzon, and 20 coming from outside of the Philippines. So this is the map showing the different zones surrounding the Mount Arayat National Park. Again, this is a 20-kilometer radius per zone. And this is the 8 zones generated for the zonal travel cost method. But you can see zone 0, 1, 2, 3 with a radius of less than 10 to 60 kilometers. Is where most of the visitors come from. Now for the visitation and travel cost, table 2 shows the estimated travel and time cost per zone. So this will be used in the computation of economic value. And creep generation function. So the creep generation function using regression analysis was computed to be 6.82 minus 0.040333. So this will be used to compute the consumer surplus at a given entry. So the consumer surplus computed at the current rate of 30 pesos entrance fee. Right now they are imposing a 30 peso entrance fee for the site. So that total consumer surplus or social economic benefit is computed to be 117 million pesos. What can we recommend based on this computation? Conclusion for the conclusion, we learned that social benefits were mainly accounted from, of course, local visitors. And for the period of January to June, the highest number of visitors during the month of March. The computed current social benefit from the recreational use value of Mount Arayat National Park at its current entrance fee for tourists is approximately 117 million. This includes the non-use and use value of the national park or the total economic uh, and current social benefit. For the recommendations, uh, number one is to establish a decision framework with valuation as one of the components and incorporate the valuation of required ecosystem services in the framework. Number two, to develop a management and operationalization plan for the recreational site. Priority may be given to the management and maintenance of the most visited destinations among recreational sites in Mount Arayat National Park. And lastly, entrance fee can be adjusted based on the function computed to increase the income generated from Mount Arayat National Park recreational activities. So thank you, and thank you for your time. These are the references. And Dadino.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So that is our second presenter for this batch. Now we go to the next one. The next paper is from Vietnam National University of Agriculture. The title is Waste Management in Rural Vietnam, the case study in Viet Cong Commune, Van Lam District, Phong Yên Province. This is a study of Sir Nguyen Tai Huyen Cham. A round of applause.
Hello everyone. My name is Nguyễn Thị Huyền Trâm. I'm from Vietnam. Now I'm working for Vietnam National University of Agriculture. Today I would like to present my research waste management in rural Vietnam, the case study in Việt Hưng Commune, Văn Lâm District, Hưng Yên Province. There are three parts in the research. The first part, statement. Parallel with the economic growth, Vietnam has experienced a fast and wide process of urbanization. The rapid urbanization has been accompanied by environment deterioration, increased air pollution, caused to the burden for healthcare service seriously. Therefore, the pressure of population growth cost waste management is a big concern. In Viet Commune, Văn Lâm District, Hưng Yên Province, which located in the Red River Delta, this area is densely populated. In recent years, industrialization and urbanization take place rapidly. As a result, people are now facing the issues of waste disposal. At the moment, waste management is already implemented by local government with certain outcomes. However, there are still a few obstacles which restrict the waste outcome at the commune, including mechanism and policy towards waste management. This research is aimed to explore the situation of waste management at the workplace, whereby some relevant solutions could be recommended to apply waste management in the future. The second part, the research will examine the current status of waste and then examine current status of waste management and finally evaluate the waste management in the commune. The first dimension, current status of waste in Việt Hưng Commune. First, about the source of waste. Actually, waste come from mainly households and people markets. Besides, it also come from office, construction site, medical station, and public place. In the chart one, waste ingredient, we can see that most waste are organic, and inorganic. about 1.67% waste are hazardous. It's about medical waste during COVID-19. In 60 survey household in 3 groups, high income, medium income, and low income, we can see that from table 1, amount of waste by household per day, the amount of household waste less than 1 kilo per day is the highest, accounting for 36.67%, and household with higher income tend to generate more waste than the others. The second dimension examine the current method of waste management in Việt Hưng commune. First, about planning. Chart 2, diagram of the management apparatus in Việt Hưng commune. In the commune, there are 7 waste collection points. The waste will be transferred by Urenco to factory for waste treatment. After that, we have asked 16 waste collectors on the waste collection point in terms of quantity and in terms of quality. We can see that around 12.5% opinion of waste collector says that the quantity of waste collection points is unreasonable. In terms of quality, more than 37% of opinion said that collection point is bad quality because waste collection is sometimes not timely, so it have bad smell to surrounding. Next, we examine about resource mobilization. Mobilization resource come from public resource, local labor, and financial resource via payment fee and local budget. And then about implementation, we can follow the diagram from waste separation, waste collection, and waste treatment. About waste separation, a source. Therefore, the frequency of waste separation, we can see that more than 33% says that household says that they never take waste separation. And chart 5 examine about household awareness on waste separation. More than 36% says that they don't know waste separation. Just 10% household says that they know well, and more than 26% they don't know moderate about the knowledge waste separation. About waste collection and transportation, show on chart 3 waste treatment. The tool for waste collection and treatment include 36 waste collection trolleys and closed mask has protective clothing for collectors. The next step is waste collection and transportation. We were asking about the household, about their level of satisfaction on waste collection and transportation. There is one opinion, similar 1.67% said they not satisfied about the waste collection and transportation because they would like to waste collection and transportation take daily. Next is waste treatment. After collection, waste was transported to waste collection. Waste was transported to waste collection point, and then Urenco used container to ship waste to waste treatment plant, and burning waste at the source, maybe. And the last step of implementation is monitoring of waste management. Actually, the monitoring of waste management will take place regularly once a week, weekly. And find some drawback, main drawback, for example, waste collection is not timely, and waste collection points are still messy and bad smelling surround, and disposal of waste in the wrong place. Uh, and finally, I come to the third part is conclusion. Currently, the main waste is organic, accounting for 33.33%. The daily amount of waste generated is about 2.5 to 3.5 tons. The larger amount waste generated by higher income households. The waste management system was established, improve awareness of people on environment. Waste collection was carried out regularly, which significantly improved the environmental quality. To improve the waste management in the commune, it should be concerned about more solution on mechanism and policy, human resource, improving financial resource and people awareness on environments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. That is Ma'am Nguyen Cham for her presentation. Now we move to the next study. The next one is from Agroforestry Research Development and Extension Center, Science Research Specialist 1, Urban and Biodiversity Research Development and Extension Center, University, Supervising Science Research Specialist. So the title of the study is Farm Planning and Decision Support Tool for Upland Farmers through GIS-based Agroforestry Land Capability Mapping Scheme of Community-Based Forest Management Area in Sorsogon, Bicol. So this is a study of Ma'am Joanne Grace Yamas, Sir Alvin Salting, and Ma'am Irene Ranara. A round of applause, a virtual applause for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the organizers, participating researchers, panel of reactors, good day everyone. On behalf of my co-authors, Mr. Salting and Ms. Ranara, I am Joanne Grace Diamas, and I am a great honor to present our paper entitled Farm Planning and Decision Support Tool for Upland Farmers through GIS-based agroforestry land capability mapping scheme of community-based forest management area in Luzon, Bicol, Philippines, in this third international conference on education, environment, and agriculture. This study was conducted in the 162-hectare CBFM area of Magallanes, Sorsogon. Sorsogon is also known as the land of Kasanggayahan or the land of prosperity. It was funded by the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau in partnership with the Maliliit na Magsasaka sa Magallanes Incorporated. The agroforestry, as defined by McDickin and Vergara of 1990, is a land use system that involves deliberate retention, introduction, or mixture of trees or other woody perennials in crop or animal production fields to benefit from the resultant ecological and economic interactions. And for agroforestry system to be sustainable, should be so designed according to the given environment, the resources to be managed, and the farmer's capabilities. Design and planning therefore help maximize the chances for a successful agroforestry system. Regardless of the widespread nature of agroforestry practices in upland farming systems in the Philippines, according to Lasco et al. Of 2010, little or no research has been undertaken to determine and delineate land capability classes in the CBFM area for agroforestry development and enhancement of farmers' capacity to plan and design sustainable agroforestry farms. It was therefore within this framework that the study aimed to address information gaps on land capability assessments being conducted with enhanced GIS-based agroforestry land capability mapping scheme application to ascertain the sustainability of agroforestry systems in CBFM areas. Moreover, this study can contribute to policy formulation and recommendation regarding the augmentation of climate-smart agroforestry technology with the traditional agroforestry practices in CBFM sites. In terms of methodology, coordination and reconnaissance survey is first done, followed by the collection of primary and secondary data such as slope, land use, soil characteristics, and conducted through field tests and sampling, laboratory analysis, and troubleshooting. After that, the development of scaling factors was conducted, then generation of thematic maps, development of model, assignment of rating for slope, land use, and skill factors. GIS spatial analysis and integration was meticulously undertaken to come up with a land capability classification map to help farmers design and plan their climate-smart agroforestry farm. Following the traditional outcomes, three significant factors, which are the slope, land use, and soil fertility, was used to create a land capability map of the CBFM site. The first one is the slope map of the area, which indicated slopes belonging to category rating of 3 and 4 of about 90.48%, covering majority of the area. This implies that the three barangays have rolling to hilly slopes, while the rest of the barangay in Carizan and Mogbolo are level rolling. For the land use or the conservation factor, based on the index rating for outcomes applications, the current land use in the CBFM area was generally classified as forest land in rating of 3, and shown in the map, the orange-colored areas have a rating of 4 and are classified as alienable disposable areas. The next map is the soil fertility map. The soil fertility rating for the site was 3 or medium soil fertility category. In the map, it is a small, typically blue portion, while for the rest of the area, not subjected to soil analysis, a safe assumed rating of 2 was given to facilitate design and planning, not just for the originally selected site, but for the whole CBFM area. After the three maps were created, it was overlaid using ArcGIS, which generated the land capability classification map. And with the GIS integration indicated that 87% of the area, or 141 and 33 hectares, belong to Class 2, which is described as marginally capable for agroforestry, provided appropriate agroforestry systems and soil and water conservation measures are introduced. Meanwhile, only 13% are the patches of dark green colored areas as shown in the map, or 20.67 hectares, falls under Class 1, areas that are highly capable for agroforestry. These areas are already considered as ideal agroforestry and were subjected to enhancement activities to optimize land utilization. To enhance farmers' capacity in design and planning, a design and planning workshop was conducted. Participants exhibited some knowledge on climate change and impacts of extreme weather on farming. Poor income, low technical know-how, and support from government agencies emerge as some of the challenges in agroforestry development. These challenges were used as working base for upscaling the current agroforestry practices into a sustainable, climate-smart agroforestry developed farms. Also, during the design and planning workshop, biophysical issues raised by participants included irrigation, difficult access to trails in the CBFM area, and the impact of climate change. Strategies identified comprised of the construction of soil and water conservation systems such as farm ponds and small water influent systems in strategic areas, installation of water pumps or systems to direct natural spring water and provide water supplies in the bank houses and nurseries to be established, children trail to be improved and maintained through biennial. Vegetative measures such as planting and replanting will be done to curb the impact of climate change. Moreover, the plan involves establishment of on-farm nurseries in the BFM site to ensure sufficient and accessible high-quality planting materials, and additionally, satellite community nurseries in each barangay for income generation, cheap seedlings for farmers, and for raising of particularly high-value crops the community are interested in. Results and analysis revealed that farmers somehow understand the importance of agroforestry farm planning, but farmers do not fully understand that climate-smart agroforestry farm planning and design are essential for the sustainability of agroforestry farm systems. Climate-smart agroforestry farm planning and design and outcomes application should therefore be considered as an integral part of planning for CBFM project areas. While agroforestry is already being practiced by farmers, the need to incorporate essential components to transform their agroforestry farms into a climate-smart techno-farms is very apparent. Farmers can recognize some of climate-smart agroforestry farm components such as organic farming and nursery establishment and have shown interest on the other components, but lack of capital resources and technical skills made them hesitant to apply them. Various datasets collated and its logical analysis using ArcGIS have greatly facilitated the decision-making process for users including DNR, upland farmers, and other stakeholders to achieve the GIS-based agroforestry land capability mapping scheme goals. In addition to that, implementation of SQL project for the development of techno or DEM farms to showcase upscaling of traditional agroforestry into climate-smart agroforestry development is also suggested to help accelerate technology adoption and to serve as venue for further research undertakings. And that would be all. Thank you for listening and good day once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing the study. Now we move to the next. We only have two more. So second to the last will be a study from, also it's from the Department of Forestry and Agroforestry, College of Agricultural Systems and Technology, Pampanga State Agricultural University, Institute of Renewable and Natural Resources, College of Forestry and Natural Resources, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, College, Laguna, Philippines. And then the School of Environmental Science and Management, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Laguna, Philippines. The title of the study is Multi-Criteria Analysis in Selecting Feasible Financing Mechanisms for Protected Areas in the Philippines. The case of Mount Arayat Protected Landscape. This will be presented to us by Sir Roy Joven Amatus. A round of applause.
Good morning to everyone. First of all, we would like to thank the organizers of this conference for accepting our paper and allowing it to be presented in this event. By the way, I am Roy Jovenar Amatus, and I will be presenting our paper entitled Multi-Criteria Analysis and Selecting Feasible Financing Mechanisms for Protected Areas in the Philippines, the case of Mount Arayat Protected Landscape. This paper is part of a more holistic study about development of sustainable financing system for protected areas with Mount Arayat as the pilot site. So to set the context of this paper, it was said that insufficiency of fund and inefficient fund administration are among the main constraints in effective PA management in the Philippines. So to address this problem, we developed this analytical and methodological framework to capture the needs to address fund insufficiency and efficient fund administration. And we are calling this framework HAS Finance Framework, or in short, for Holistic Approach for Sustainable System of Finance for Protected Areas. This framework is divided into three phases. However, in this paper, we will focus only on how we use multi-criteria analysis in selecting feasible financing mechanisms, which is part of the second phase. By the way, when we say financing mechanisms, it refers to tools designed to raise, generate, and or mobilize funds to cover the different costs related to implementation of conservation programs and other objectives of protected areas. So it could be self-generated or from external sources, from private or public sector, and many other categories. In this study, PA managers were tasked to identify potential financing mechanisms for Mount Arayat as part of the pre-selection process. In this process, 13 financing options were identified. However, only 10 were subjected to a more comprehensive multi-criteria analysis as shown in the figure. And here is the set of criteria we used for this MCA, which is divided into two groups: the non-financial criteria indicators and the financial criteria indicators. The sub-criteria under the non-financial indicators include legal framework, administrative framework, possible conflict, collaboration needed, staffing requirement, and demand of and acceptability to clients. Meanwhile, the financial feasibility indicators include the computation of the net present value and the benefit cost ratio. These criteria were selected based on the review of literatures and policies related to PA financing. The PA managers were also tasked to rank which criteria indicators they think is more important over the other, and then the ranking was used to compute for a normalized weight, which then used to calculate the total weighted score. So for the non-financial criteria, a subjective scoring system was developed from 0 to 3 or 0 to 4, depending on the criteria. Higher the score, unfavorable or favorable it is as a financing option. For example, for the criteria legal framework, a score of 3 should be given if a particular option is covered with existing legal and regulatory framework. 0 if there is no supporting legal and regulatory framework and its need legal frameworks to be operationalized. For administrative framework, a score of 3 shall be given if a particular option has existing operational setup and currently satisfactory. Meanwhile, 0 shall be given if there is no existing operational setup for the administration of such financing option. For collaboration needed, a score of 3 shall be given if there is no more collaboration or partnership needed. However, 0 will be provided if there is need for collaboration needed and the collaborating agency needs to On the other hand, a score of 0 shall be given if the client's probability for engagement is undefined, or if the clients are not interested to engage with the proposed mechanism. Meanwhile, for the NPV and BCR, it was an assumption the benefits include the projected revenue or income that can be earned or collected, or the amount of cost that can be reduced in engaging in a particular option. For cost, capital cost and operating cost were projected, and a 10-year operation period was assumed for the cash flow at 5% discount rate. Nevertheless, NPV and BCR for some options were not computed due to absence of sufficient data to calculate such. So here is how we employ the scoring, and this is option is for the entrance fee increase. So for the legal framework, a score of 3 was provided. For administrative framework, 3, possible conflict 3, collaboration needed 3, stopping requirement 2, demand of and acceptability to clients 4, and we computed a NPV of 4.3 million pesos with a BCR of 2.2. So to compare with, in this case, the option GCash Forest, for the legal framework, I administrative framework 1, possible conflict 3, collaboration needed 1, stopping requirement 2, demand of and acceptability to clients 1, and no NPV and BCR was calculated for this option since precise income or donation is difficult to estimate. So in all, we provided feasibility scores for all options as shown in the summary table. Again, for non-financial criteria, scores were based on policy reviews and analysis of documents and literatures, key informant interview, valuation, and feasibility studies. For financial criteria, benefits and cost projections were provided. Thus, the scores were supported by facts and sensible justifications. And then after that, scores were normalized and weighted, and the normalized weighted score were summed up to get the total weighted score. The option with the highest total weighted score means that it is the most feasible options, and thus the result showed that those options that were supporting legal and administrative framework were the most feasible. So in particular, increasing the entrance fee revealed the most, or to be the most feasible option. Access to government funds such as available funds from LGUs and from the Wildlife Management Fund were also highly feasible. Meanwhile, the least feasible were options related to crowdsourcing, particularly the Adapt a Hectare project and the inclusion as beneficiary of GCash Forest. To cut the potential gap and makes the options really operational on the ground. And therefore, we conclude that the use of multi-criteria analysis in this study is a sensible and a very usable decision-making tool to aid in the strategic and systematic identification of feasible financing options out of many available options for protected areas. It can also show the limitation for adoption of each options, and in turn can be used as basis for creating strategic recommendation to make it more implementable. Thus, replicating the use of this MCA in other protected areas in the Philippines is highly recommended. That's listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. Study for today's session, and the study will be from the Institute of Biological Sciences, College of Arts and Sciences, UP Los Baños. Then we have Eastern Summer State University and Summer State University Department of Forest, Biological Sciences, College of Forestry and Natural Resources, UP Los Baños. The title of the study is Localized Conservation Strategies of Plant Resources in Forests over Limestone of Samar Island Natural Park. This will be presented to us by Sir Inocencio Buot Jr. A virtual applause for Sir.
Hey, I am Randy Obena. On behalf of my colleagues, I will be presenting our study entitled Localized Conservation Strategies of Plant Resources in Forests over Limestone of Summer Island. The Philippines is considered a hotspot of biodiversity. It composed of a mosaic of different terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. Among these ecosystems is called forest over limestone, one of the largest limestone formations in the country is found in Summer Island. Summer Island houses an extensive area of karst, in which some of the karst landscape are part of the Summer Island Natural Park or SINP. A forest reserve on the third largest island of the Philippines. The diversity of Forests over limestone and Summer Island supports high level of floral diversity and endemism. The recent assessment conducted by Conserve Kaigangan has shown the unique biodiversity of forests over limestone. The team recorded 92 plant species in Summer Island. This was composed of 66 tree species and 26 understory species. Additionally, there are 3 recently discovered new species in Summer Island, Kaigangan. These are the species of Koya indiana niana, Picacina tomentosa, and Begonia cucullate. Setting conservation priorities is essential in biodiversity conservation. Since not all plant species have been assessed by the IUCN and the National Committee on Threatened Species, it also helps to identify the taxa that needed to be targeted for conservation with local communities taking active participation. The conservation. While there is an urgent need to conserve biodiversity, there is also a need to consider the traditions and values of the local people. As the direct users of these resources, local communities have a critical role in conservation. By using the LCPI, it will aid the stakeholders and other proponents to save the dwindling resources at the Summer Island Natural Park forest over limestone. which is now nominated as UNESCO World Natural Heritage Site. The project would like to acknowledge the following institutions.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing. Now, that is the last presenter for today's session, which is session 2A, environment. And the floor is now open for questions regarding the five papers that were presented earlier. You can use the chat. Yes. Okay, so we have here one question for this particular batch. The question is directed towards Ma'am Nguyen Cham for her study about waste management in rural Vietnam. The question is, how effective is the final disposal in that particular community? Because in the Philippines, the final disposal is sanitary landfill. How about in Vietnam?
Could you repeat your question, please?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Hello po.
Yeah, I would like
Good
to
day.
answer your question is how effective is the final disposal in community. I see that because in community like Hương Commune, where the research place I was studying in the commune after have the policy, the environment already improved because waste already collect and transfer to the collection point, and finally to the waste treatment. After that, I'm not understand clearly about your question. How effective? Yeah, I just can say that after have policy, after the program that household pay the environment fee for the collector come to their home every day
to collect waste, so the environment, can be improved, because no much pollution, no much waste, messy, like before. I just can say
Thank you
that.
so much, ma'am. I believe the final disposal that we that the question is asking is the final disposal holding only the residual waste from the community, or even the organic waste from the different households?
Sorry, can you rewrite again?
The question, ma'am, is
Yeah.
is the final disposal for the entire community is only collecting the residual waste from the different households, or even the organic or the biodegradable waste?
Just collecting organic waste and consumption waste to collecting point, because the next step that our trust of commune. So it's belong to the responsibility of environment company. So in the commune, just the step of collect and separation, waste separation and waste
Okay,
collection.
thank you so much, ma'am,
I mean
for
that.
the answer. Is there any other question for this particular batch? Okay, got once, twice, thrice. I think there's none. So once again, thank you so much for all the presenters for today's sessions. Session 2A environment. So now we now we move. Okay. So we have another question. This is from Espiritu. Yes po. Please use your microphone for your question.
Okay, sir. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My question is from localized conservation strategies of plants, resources, and forests over limestone of Summer Island.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes po, good afternoon po. So, my question is, what are the recent discovered new species in Summer Island in Kaingan? And then, can you show that picture so that we can recognize it?
I'm sorry, ma'am, but
but I cannot properly understand your question. Would it be okay if you type your question here in chat
Okay, ma'am.
box? Thank you.
So while ma'am is writing her question in the chat box, I would like to remind everyone that the evaluation form and the attendance is already in the chat box. You can access.
Yes, ma'am. That our team discovered recently the new species in Summer Island, Kaigangan. It is three species. The first one is Hoya kaingiana gianiana, and the second is the Kaisinina. Ma'am, I can send po to you the Is it okay to send through chat box the paper of this newly discovered species so that you can completely see the pictures and other information of this species, if it's okay po.
Uh, if it's okay with you, ma'am, that's really good. But we will be sending I think we'll be sending a link for a G Drive if there'll be other questions and answer to the questions. We can send this documents in that particular G Drive. But if it's okay with you, that is fine with us.
Yes po. Also, we have I will also plug our website. It's also uploaded in our website, the Conserve Kaigangan UPLB, and through our Facebook page. I will send po the links of the journals. Thank you.
Thank you so much po, ma'am. Thank you so much, Ma'am Espiritu, for the question. So yan, do we have other questions? All at once, twice, thrice, none. So once again, thank you so much for all of the presenters for today's session. So before I let you go, let me just summarize some major points or highlights of this session. So to summarize, we are indeed very lucky because the Ridge to Reef concept is well discussed. We have studies from upland down to the ocean or the lowland. So from the upland, we have the forest ecosystems, and in the forest ecosystems, we have studies regarding agroforestry. We have studies about payment for forest ecosystem services. We have studies regarding conservation strategies of plant resources. And also we have studies about conservation farming villages. And after the forest ecosystem, we go down to the river systems. And in a particular study, that is a study on in Sorsogon regarding three major rivers connecting to the ocean, which is directly related to sedimentations and the flow of nutrients that will affect the ecosystems downwards, especially the whale sharks in Sorsogon. Then after the rivers, we have coastal resources. In coastal resources, we've discussed via, there's a lot of studies regarding this. We've discussed fishing conditions, fish resources, vulnerability assessments of coastal resources using technologies such as GIS and others. And other than that, in between ecosystems, we have waste management, and we also discuss reduced reef concept, and it's a holistic discussion so far. And after that, we have